Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Sin Bin Podcast, Season 2, Episode 1. And we are live and direct with all the sinners up in the house tonight. We got Sinner JP, also known as the Mexicans, Sinner Saucedo, also known as Tyler. And last but not least, we got the Shiner Sinner, Tony. And I be your host, the Toxic Sinner. Moods. Yeah. What's good, my sinners?
What up? I think I just realized that you and I both shaved our mustaches without like coordinating with each other.
Yeah, I had this like crazy beard thing happening, and so the wife says to me, she goes, "Well, we need to renew our passports." So I actually had to shave because you can't take the picture like that, right? So, but
Wait,
it worked
really?
out. It worked, yeah. Well, because if you
Is
have a
that
big,
with all countries? Like you're not allowed to have a beard in your passport photo?
yeah,
That's a bummer.
it's because when they do your ID, but actually, it's kind of funny actually because
But
the
if you
last
think about it, like they're basically saying we need to know what this guy looks like, but it's like
for
then
real.
if you grow a beard, you're not going to look like the guy in the
Yeah.
picture.
Okay, so
Exactly.
you want to hear something funny? So the last time I was in the States, which was Wasteland just a couple months ago, I was going through customs in Atlanta, and my passport was 10 years old. And this is the reason why so I was a lot bigger, and the guy looked at it and he looked at me and he looked at it again and he looked at me and he's like, "This isn't you." And I was like, "Oh shit. Oh shit."
See,
And so
I
I
would,
instantly
like,
grabbed my driver's license and I was like, "Yo, this is me." And he's like, "Oh, wow, you look a lot different." I'm like, "Yeah, I lost like 100 pounds." He's like, "Oh, okay." Because at first, when you hear that's not
Yeah.
you on your passport, that's not a good thing because customs don't fuck around. I was
Yeah.
instantly freaking out,
Yeah.
dude.
That's like such a, in my opinion, and that's just like such a crazy statement to make. This isn't you.
That's actually
Bro,
happened
like
to
I would be
me.
like, bro, like this don't look like you, but like, when you have any other identification? To just be like, this isn't you. Like it's like
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Take him away. But
Before I blew myself back up, that actually happened to me too a couple times.
yeah, yeah. So it worked out good timing because I knew coming up that I had to renew my passport, and I was like, well, at least it'll look mostly like how I do now. So that freaked me out, man, because I'm like, what do I do? I'm stuck in Atlanta. Like, what the fuck? I gotta go back to Canada. That sucks. So, but I had my
Yeah,
license.
you
I
gotta
always
ride
have,
back with the luggage.
yeah, exactly. But yeah. So, anyways, yeah, that's right. We did shave ourselves. You look younger. You look way younger. You look like you're 19 again, man.
I think I'm
Oh,
gonna
thank
go
God.
down to just the mustache. I think that'd
Just
be
the
pretty
stash.
funny.
Dude,
Yes, do it, Tyler.
I
I
think
had
that'd be pretty funny.
I had the
The
Movember
problem
thing
is,
happen, and the wife hated me.
the
Hated me.
problem is like you can't really see on the camera, but I don't fill in that good, like right below my nose, so it looks kind of stupid. I think.
Guess what,
If you
Tyler?
have
You
that, what
just
you got to do is make it thin. Then it looks
Yeah,
like
that's the thing. Is like,
it's
yeah,
supposed to.
I'd have to
you
learn.
gotta
I'd
have
have to,
patience too. It'll
You
come.
actually,
It's just gonna take a lot longer.
you actually can't tell,
Dude, I
Tyler.
you
literally
can't tell
didn't
here,
grow.
but if like I'm sitting like in person, like across like a desk from someone, like they'll be able to tell.
I literally
Yeah,
didn't start growing hair on the sides of my face until I was like 25.
that's normal though. That's actually
Really? I'm
that's
not
actually
for.
not
I
a,
mean, I feel like everybody had beards by the time I was
Yeah,
able to
my
grow.
No,
cheeks were the first thing to start growing.
even
it,
now, like my
Mine
beard
was
like
just like the
sucks.
chin and the mustache.
I don't get any hair like right here, so my beards always suck.
I had buddies who had like full mustaches and beards by the time they were like 14, 15. I really
Dude, I
couldn't.
started growing a mustache in fourth grade, bro.
I didn't even have hair on my nuts when I was 14. Like I was a late bloomer, dude. Like it was by the time I was in 12th grade, I could finally get a little bit of shit growing on my face. And then you guys seen how I can grow beards now, but
Yeah,
I wasn't able to grow good facial hair until my early 20s either. Like I was such a late, I guess, late puberty-er. I don't know how to explain it. It was fucking weird.
I feel like I was the
But
same way. I wasn't able to even like have a decent mustache until I was probably in my late 20s.
yeah,
Yeah, it was weird for me. Like I started growing like a mustache like probably fifth grade, actually, not fourth. But it was like real like just peach fuzz, you know. And it stayed like that until I was like 18, and then it started coming in more on like down here and the mustache area, but I couldn't grow anything on the sides of my face. I mean, you can go back through all my videos from like 2012 to like 15, 16, and I never had any beard or
But let's
anything.
face it, like,
Didn't
how
grow
many
one.
Mexicans you know that have a real nice full beard? It's always patchy and shit. Come on.
That sounds like a stereotype to me.
They come from
Honestly,
somewhere.
Of course it is.
honestly, I can't think of one with a beard. They
Yeah,
all
like if
have
you tell me, like,
goatees
think
and
of like a
mustaches.
That's-
famous Mexican, I fail to think of anyone that has just a nice beard.
I feel like
Yeah.
I picture like the average Mexican beard looking like Keanu Reeves beards. Like it's like super like that guy's in his 50s and he still
the,
can't grow.
the best is in like Knock Knock beard from Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
It's just like all patchy and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that like Sidney Crosby, like like his always patchy as fuck.
Yeah.
I
His
always
is
felt like he would
horrible.
finally
Yeah,
grow
I
up
feel
and
bad for the
he
guys
still
that
can't
get
grow up.
exposed
Gosh.
during the playoff runs where nobody shaves.
Yeah, no, it's so funny.
His is always horrible.
Yeah.
It's funny
Horrible
like when you
face layer.
see when there's a rookie that wins and you go at the end of they take their helmet off and it's like, oh, this is like a child and he's got a shitty patchy beard.
Yeah.
Like, oh
They all
yeah,
look like
oh yeah,
catfish.
that guy's literally 19 years old.
Well, that was an interesting start to the show. Beards and well, lack of beards conversation, I guess. So season 2 is here, episode 1, and this is going to be our top 10 favorite Vinegar Syndrome / sister label releases of 2024. Of course, everything that's eligible had to have been released in 2024. So the titles that we did, I think, for the first show in January are not eligible because those are actually the 2023 titles. And of course, you guys have already got your packages, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
those are not eligible for this either. So it's everything from basically February to November or January to February.
Yeah, January, November.
Yeah. So a couple things that I wanted to say. So for one, I would love to I tried to look and I couldn't find any like concrete information or anything. I should have like thought deeper about it. Maybe next year we could try to figure this out, but I was curious, like I would want to know like what the best selling titles were from them.
Yeah.
Probably the keep.
I said the other day
Yeah,
that we think
we
alike.
have
I was
these.
literally thinking that today at work, JP. I was actually curious on numbers about Vinegar Syndrome because we assume that they sell. I mean, at least with the, fully limited stuff, like some of that shit sells out quick. But like, what was the top selling shit and what was the bottom sellers? I would really like to know because some releases that we might have really liked might have sold like shit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And some that we actually necessarily didn't love probably sold the best. And I mean, the keep is obviously one that, sold like hot rocks. It wasn't personally one of, but
We all treated it the same way as an essential
I mean, we talked about
mediocre buy.
Yeah, we talked about that when it got released. Like, I wasn't super stoked when it was announced in a super duper deluxe. I would have been happy just with a standard, whatever, cheap, whatever, didn't really matter. But good point, JP, because I was literally thinking this today because I was thinking about stuff to talk about for the show when I was working. And I was like, man, I would love to know numbers. How we could ever find those out, I don't know.
Well, I was gonna say like maybe next year we could actually ask them. Like they might tell us, you know what I mean? They don't have to tell us the exact numbers, but like, hey, what's your 10 5 or 10 best selling and worst selling titles, and maybe the worst selling we could shed more, point more people towards it or whatever.
We could point them in the direction of this show. And, this is what the point of the show, the Sin Bin podcast is about, is showcasing Vinegar Syndrome and sister labels and stuff. So having a little bit of inside information and stuff would actually be kind of helpful. Maybe just, kind of.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like maybe we could try to reach out next year.
Yeah.
But
interesting.
So like we didn't really discuss like a structure for the show or whatever.
No.
But I was just curious to I think that we could look at real quickly before we get into top 10s and stuff. I want to get a grade from you guys on each of the labels, the sub, not the partner labels, but like the sub labels for titles, and also an overall grade for the year if you were going to give one. So in terms of Vinegar Syndrome, pure Vinegar Syndrome releases from January till December, there were 33 of them. And I probably won't read them all unless you guys want me to.
Nah, you don't gotta do that.
Nah.
We don't need to read them all.
Okay. So, what would you think you would grade like just the Vinegar Syndrome releases in terms of like the whole year?
Shit, put on the spot. Man, that's tough.
I mean, for me, being a subscriber, I was super happy with everything that came out. Like even
It's a good
the
point.
upgrades that we got, I was super happy to have, and they were substantial upgrades. So I give it an A.
An A?
Yeah, their main line is always so like well curated and put together.
Yeah, the main line.
Horror, action, exploitation.
There's everything this year for that line, for the main line. Yeah, I mean,
So, like in terms of, so I have a kid and they don't do like letter grades anymore. It's like all word grades. So I forget what, like, I know it's don't even get me fucking started on this shit. I read these report cards and I'm like, what am I reading? There's no fucking letters on here. I don't know if he's failing or passing. Like, what the fuck? But anyways, so an A, like based on a percentage, what is that? Like 86%?
Nine.
Like,
So A
90?
is 90 to 100, B
Yeah.
is 80 to 89, and then C is the 70s, D is the 60s, and F is anything below 60%.
okay, so I just think, okay, so not okay. So if I was to grade the year for Vinegar Syndrome releases, I'm at an A. 90 is like it's good. I do have some gripes with it, but
what about you, Tyler?
I think I would go with a B. There's some big standouts. There's a couple I picked up that they look nice, but I wasn't, the most thrilled with them. And I guess
not
there was
even a B
couple.
plus. B seems
I
really
was just,
low.
well, I thought we were just going like A, B. I think B. So I give them like 85%.
So
I think that's fair.
when I look at it, you really, so you have a couple box sets with the two Forgotten Giallo box sets, another Homegrown Horrors. Those are good stuff. Stuff that I wasn't so into was like the Howling 2. Didn't really need like a huge upgrade on that. I think you got to give them props for releasing the Keep and Blood tracks. Those are two titles that people and Ghost
Something
Dance.
I did have planned for like after we were done our top tens was to just kind of break down like possibly what our worst reviewed film of the year was, that not necessarily like a feature review, just something that we kind of agree on or whatever. Maybe like the kind of the dumbest, stupidest release of the year.
Yeah,
maybe most conflicted release of the year.
Too.
Like just kind
most
of
disappointing.
Most disappointing. Like just random things like that, right?
Yeah. But other than that, I mean, I think it was a pretty good run. I feel like stuff like Phase 4 and Devil Times 5 both have numbers in the title, but that's not why I mentioned them. Those are like films that were presented, that are known films that were presented in like such a better way than they have been previously, that stood out to me. And then you have the gems like Witch Story, and the Chinese torture story. Those ones were, I think, films that a lot of people didn't really know about that were there. So overall, there was just a couple things that I wasn't super interested in, but mainly I think the biggest disappointing to me was the Cruel Britannia box set. In terms of the regular Vinegar Syndrome releases. So I will give it a B as well. A B. B grade.
It's
a high, it's almost a B plus, but not quite.
Did you watch all the films in the Cruel Britannia set?
I did. Crucible of Terror is the best one. Craze is not that bad, and Penny Gold is just the most boring thing I've ever watched.
Like that is just like Penny Gold just screams the epitome of like bland UK cinema. That shit was super. It's like I'm watching the film and I kept laughing to myself, going, "This feels like British cuisine. There's no flavor to this at all. They didn't spice this up at all. It's literally a bore fest." I was dying. And when you messaged me, JP, or the group and said that you'd restarted the movie like 5 times, I started laughing out loud because I was like, oh my God, I was struggling through this shit and I was wide awake. It was bad.
Yeah, dude, I literally threw it on like 4 different times and I was
Oh,
just
it's so bland.
that's
it's so
it actually
bland.
like halted my prep. Like I was gonna watch some more stuff, but I just couldn't get through that one. I didn't want to give up on it, so I just kept redoing it.
I do
But
want to give a
that was
disclaimer
rough.
there for dissing UK cuisine and stuff like that. I can do that because I'm 100% from British. So yeah, anyways. But
Okay, so that was the main line. I think everybody was pretty happy with the main line. And one of the reasons I also am at
yeah,
a B is because like I don't like if next year fucking blows this year out of the water, where do you go? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So I'll stick with a B for now. The next line, the second most popular line with 11 titles, so almost one every month on average, was Cinematograph, which we've talked a lot about Cinematograph over
I think you
this
should
time period.
just kind of reiterate when you mean popular, just he means in terms of output.
Yeah.
So Vinegar Syndrome had 33 titles.
Populous.
It might even be the most popular
Yeah,
plot at
we
this
don't
point. I
know,
don't know.
but that's the thing. We don't have the numbers. But
Prolific.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it's just in terms of output, it was the
They had the second
most.
most released.
They had the
films.
second most releases. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll start with this one because I'm probably most familiar with this line, I would say, out of us.
Yeah.
Because I actually bought all of the titles this year. Um, so Little Darlings and you guys said Red Walk West was good. Tyler did not like Going South. I think it started off hot with their first 2 releases, and then I would literally say the next like 5, 6 releases were just sort of eh and not that interesting. Like I think Tyler brought up the good point with a film like The Last Embrace, which was a film that was $10 on Kino for years, you
Yeah,
know.
and I just never considered buying it.
Yeah, so it's a tough sell to buy that as a title in this premium edition. Go Fish was something else. I'm sure that'll pop up later. Now, the last 2 titles, I do think saved the line for the year for me because I think that the last 2 titles were probably like similar to the first 2 titles in terms of like what the line should be. Um, Shanks, of course, is from a, very prolific um filmmaker in William Castle, and it was his last film. So it's kind of an interesting um release there for that. And although I didn't like the movie all that much, it is kind of fun. Like I can see people being a fan of it. And it is a little fun. It's goofy. And then Who Killed Teddy Bear, I think, is like perfect for the line, and it fit really well. And also, probably the one of the better films of this entire line. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this a C plus for the year. I think it was a little bit. It redeemed itself with the last 2 releases.
Yeah, it seems like I didn't watch any of the good ones because like I passed on Little Darlings, which turns out to be probably the best one. I was really looking forward to Red Rock West. I do like that movie. I think it fits the presentation of what this line stands for quite well. For the other ones I watched this year, I have Going Solid, I didn't watch it. Touch we reviewed. Dangerous Game, Last Embrace, I didn't watch. I did watch Joyride. Did anyone else watch Joyride?
No.
No.
I thought it was okay. It was okay. The problem is with that movie is like it just feels like it should have so much. It should be better than it is. Like it's got a really young Melanie Griffith in it, and then she's like, fuck, man, she looks like she's like 19 years old. She actually gets naked in that motherfucker too. So that was kind of a bonus, but where it goes, it just, dude, it leaves you hanging. Not a fan of the end of that movie, but Thieves Like Us, I thought was pretty fucking boring. I don't like the way they told that story. Go Fish might be the worst fucking release of the year. And I didn't watch Shanks, and I don't actually have Who Killed Teddy Bears. So, I mean, for what I can judge this line on, which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6, 11, I'm at a D, man.
Yeah. I think the Who Killed Teddy Bear and Shanks would put you up to at least like a D plus, because I think
Yeah.
that the Who Killed Teddy Bear movie is interesting enough to where I think most people would like it, or at least like think that like, oh, that's a cool little gem. There's one cool thing about it, that like there is all these like obscene phone calls that are coming through, total like Black Christmas when a stranger calls stuff, just talking about wanting to like stick things in their thing and stuff, so um definitely interesting movie. But yeah, I wouldn't fight with you about the rating, the grade.
It's just a line I'm just not looking forward to anymore. Like that's a lot of
Yeah,
titles that
I
I'm
know.
just so disappointed with. And like for them to go all out with this crazy packaging and it, the way they sell the line, it seems so interesting for, cinema fans and
Yeah,
stuff. And then it
Like
just
I
falls,
almost
it falls
expected it to
flat.
be like the Criterion Collection of Vinegar Syndrome
I
movies.
kind of feel like that's what they are
Yeah,
trying to do, but they just don't have the titles to support that.
But it's
exactly.
just so wild because it's not like Paramount. Like most of these titles are Paramount, and it's not like they're damn
I
hard
get the
to.
impression they bought like a big lot of like a big lot of just like rights to a bunch of their titles. It's not necessarily an individual thing, and then they're like sorting out where to put them. And
Probably. I mean, there's probably like
so, like there's obviously gems that you can find in there, but
yeah, there's that, and I think that's what the reason I came up on the lot. Like the last two films really did help it. Because it was like dead in the water for me, but the last two films, like Who Killed Teddy Bear might be the second best title out of all of
yeah.
them.
The way
And
I
then
look at it is I'm familiar with 9 out of the 11. I can't really have an opinion on Shanks or Who Killed Teddy Bear, but I'm very interested in Who Killed Teddy Bear. And if I look at the nine I am familiar with, I'm happy with like three and a half of them. Three of them, I'm very happy with the quality of their title. That's what I'm looking for in this line. One's really borderline where I didn't love it, but I'm also not like, oh, this sucks. But the other ones, I'm just not paying what they're asking for, or I just straight up did not like the movie. It's really that's the thing about this line too, is it's a pricey line. You're really paying
Mhm.
the premium. But if I give the other two movies the benefit of the doubt, would say I'm at 5.5 out of 11, I still like at that I can't give it more than a D.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, going through this, I bought 7 out of the 11, and just judging from averages, I was happy with 3 out of the 7, which was Little Darlings, Red Rock West, and Thieves Like Us.
Yeah, those are my three, and my half one is Dangerous Game.
Right, and just like you, I also didn't get Shanks or Who Killed Teddy Bear, and I am interested in Who Killed Teddy Bear. But yeah, like just looking at that, I'm not interested in Go Fish. I'm not really interested in Joyride. Like I would give it, I'd probably give it a D plus.
You might actually like Joyride more than you think you might. It's
I
it's
feel like
actually
I
not
would
a bad
even
movie. Like the premise is okay. Like it's decent. It's
Hmm.
it's well acted. It's shot well. Like there's a lot of cool things that are happening and stuff. But I just feel like it just falls so flat in the third act. I'm like, you got to see the way this thing fucking ends, dude. I literally said out loud to myself, I went, "That's it." Like I had one of those moments, and that's never a good thing when a movie ends.
Dirt, Joyride's something I've never seen, but it's one of those movies throughout the years I always kind of saw pop up as like hidden gem movies or movies that at least people like
See,
enough
I
to
can
talk
see
about on the
that. I
internet.
can see that. Yeah.
So I'm sure it's at worst it's at least okay, but it goes back to the same thing where I like if this was 9.99, like sale, I'd buy it, but I'm not gonna
Right.
pay the
Right.
premium
Exactly.
for it.
All right.
Yeah,
Good. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say I'm also not the biggest fan of the cinematograph packaging.
Yeah.
Yeah, me either.
It's kind of grown on me a little bit. I
I
do
don't hate
like
it,
it,
but I'm
like
not in love
certain
with it.
aspects about it. But yeah, I'm overall with you on that too. After that is VSA, which had a whopping 10 releases. Um, this is I didn't watch as many VSAs that I probably should have. I wanted to squeeze in Woman on the Run because that one looked one of the more interesting ones, and I didn't get around to it. But what do you guys think about the VSA line, which is probably what a lot of people consider their best sub label line?
Yeah. I
I
actually
would
didn't
think
pick
so.
up a single VSA, but I've liked VSAs in the past. They're just something I wait for sales for. I almost picked up Lifeline during the last sale, but there's a lot of titles they put out that I'm interested in. So I would have to go more on that. I would say at least three-fourths of these I'm interested in. I was honestly really disappointed when Black Cat 1 and 2 sold out. I didn't think it was going to sell out like it did, and that would have been something I definitely would have purchased at a 50% off sale down the line. So that's a bummer. But I would say about three-fourths of these I would buy at half price, or at least I would consider it.
I thought the VSA line was pretty solid. It's definitely my favorite line. I am fortunate enough to have all of them up to date, and it's been a line that I've watched the majority of all of them because every time they release something that's like right up my alley, it's either like 90s cheesy action films or crazy Hong Kong films, or it's just some really fucking crazy horror. Like the line is just right up my alley. I've had nothing but love for it ever since it started. And I thought this year was pretty good for it. Like I watched the majority. I didn't watch Lifeline. I know JP you watched that one. And I believe what was the other one? Oh, My Father is a Hero. Those are the only two this year I didn't watch. So I reviewed Black Cat 1 and 2, The Instructor. They Call Me Macho Woman. Holy shit, I did a lot of these actually.
Yeah, these are cool movies.
I talked about Love on Delivery. That movie was really fun. So recently I watched An Eye for an Eye and Woman on the Run, which are two Cat 3 films that they released. And again, going back to like praising the VSA line, man, I love that type of shit. And they're fun for what they are. They're two totally different type of films, but pretty cool. They did have a couple misses this year with Mindbenders. I thought that movie was kind of a miss, and Dial D for Demons was atrocious. Probably the worst movie. So they've released, I think, 51 on the VSA line. I think Dial D for Demons might be the worst one that I've watched so far, and I've watched almost all of them. So, but as for this year's titles, Black Cat 1 and 2, Lifeline, The Instructor, They Call Me Macho Woman, Love on Delivery, The Father is a Hero, Eye for an Eye, Mindbenders, Dial D for Demons, and Woman on the Run. I'm coming in at an A on this, man. It was a pretty solid fucking year for releases. So, but yeah,
I think
Some
I
good
pretty
gems
much
in there.
have the same opinion you do. The ones I didn't watch Lifeline and I didn't watch Woman on the Run. But out of all of those, I liked all of them except for Mindbenders and Dial D for Demons.
Yeah.
But yeah, like all the other ones like Black Cat 1 and 2, The Instructor, Love on Delivery, like these are all awesome movies. Eye
Mhm.
for an Eye was fucking great. I
Yeah,
would
the
probably
good
give
ones
it
really they kind of outweigh the kind of the shitty ones that was released this year. So the grade feels like it should be high.
honestly, it probably is one of the stronger years for VSA because I have all of them too. And
Yeah.
yeah, this is just like good almost from top to bottom. But I don't know. Dial D for Demons and Mindbenders are pretty fucking bad.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go B plus.
Yeah. I feel like I should be at a B plus too, to be honest, because Dial D for Demons was like, and honestly, I don't feel like it fits the line either. Like everything about this year felt
It
like
it
on
just
par.
depends if
Even
you
just looking at the titles, that's the one that sticks out. Is this is kind of weird.
It is.
if you extend the line into the 2000s, I think that is a film that you would probably see in a video store. Um, that I feel like that's the only place you would have seen it. You know what I mean?
Huh.
Right.
So like
They
I
should
could
have made
kind of
another
see
like they should have made another Hong Kong horror
it.
box set and put that on it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
the Made in
probably.
Hong Kong set that they had like 2 years
Oh
ago.
yeah.
That was a
Yeah.
great set.
Yeah, that was a really damn good set, man. I loved all those. That was fucking awesome. I forgot about that set.
I thought they
But
were. I forgot about that set. I picked up that one too. I thought they were gonna like do more volumes of that when I had bought it.
yeah, for sure. And I think I actually mentioned that once too. I don't know. I was talking to somebody, or whatever, but I was like, I thought for sure they'd do a volume 2 of that. That just seemed like one of those sets that they would definitely do a volume 2.
Yeah.
But it's kind of unfortunate actually. But who knows? Maybe it didn't sell well. I mean, that's probably what kind of defines how they release things sometimes. I mean, with the homegrown horrors, I mean, they're obviously selling well. Same with the Giallo sets because they've got 7 of the Giallo sets now, or is it 8?
Right.
And they've got 3 of the homegrown ones, and there's some other box set that they've released. Because I mean, the Britannia set, are we getting a volume 2? I doubt it.
They're probably just
yeah,
like, I don't know what to do with these 3 movies. Let's just
yeah,
put
like
them
these are
out.
none of these are strong enough to sell on their own.
Yeah. I'm
But
fucking glad they didn't though, man.
what about you, Tyler?
For
Did you already say for
is it
VSA?
VSAs? Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I didn't really see any.
For me, I didn't watch as many of these, but I did watch a handful of them, and yeah, I'd probably give it like a B, probably a B from what I've seen.
Yeah.
I do
Um,
want to see a return to more like 90s action movies though. Like from PM and shit from like Billy Blanks and shit.
Yeah, I wish they would continue doing the Billy Blanks and like the Cynthia Rothrock stuff and shit like that. Because they released one of the Rothrock films like not on that line, right? Like one of her films was not
Black
even
Cat,
on.
China O'Brien 1 and 2.
And Lady Reporter this year.
Yeah, there's two of them. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Yeah, and then in the past they've also done more films not on that line, like what's
I feel
The
like
VSA's probably sold too well, so they're like, these need to be on the
Undefeatable or
regular
something.
line.
I just feel
Yeah.
like the Cynthia
Mhm.
Rothrock stuff should be on the VSA line. Like, doesn't it feel like
I
that's
think Tony's probably right. I think
Is
they,
Sworn to Justice even on the VSA line?
That was a VSA.
Okay.
yeah,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I
That's what
can't
I'm saying.
remember if like I don't know the limits. Like is VSA's limited more than regular VS releases?
Yeah,
They're
they're just
usually around
limited straight up.
like
They
5,000, right?
it's not a concrete number. Some of them are 3, 4, 5, and I've even seen 6. Like
Yeah,
they
okay.
just vary on. I don't know if it's just based on a projectual of what they're going to sell. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it's the license they get. I have no idea
It's
how they
probably
do their
a
numbering.
little
But
bit of both.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, so VSL, which is Vinegar Syndrome Labs, I actually think this line is coming into its own a little bit. I do like the line. So you had some decent ones that I watched, absolutely not decent one that Tyler made us watch. Um, Even their last release was somewhat interesting, the Neither the Sea nor the Sand. But I would probably give it a C for that line.
man, I wish
That
I actually ordered, like, I have Sex Mission actually in the mail right now. As I got it on one of the sales. So obviously I haven't seen that one. Five Card Stud was pretty decent. Story of a Junkie I've seen before. I think I have the old Trauma DVD of that. So I haven't watched this Blu-ray, which I'm not really a big fan of watching shit like that because it's like real drug shit and it's all too close. Pagnini just seems the most bizarre release on this line. The Klaus Kinski directed film. I don't know if I can. I'll try to watch it someday. Interrogation I thought was phenomenal. It's like one of the most bleak and brutal films I've seen all year. Absolutely love that one. Not going to be for everybody, like we said. I think me and Tyler were the only ones that watched it when Tyler talked about it. So Bloodline was fucking atrocious. And I am curious in neither the seas nor land, but I just didn't grab it when it came out. So from what I've seen from this line, which is one, I've only seen 3. Fuck, man, I got to give this like a C. Actually, technically, I've seen 4 with Story of a Junkie. I'm not a big fan. I don't really understand why that's on this line. I'm confused by that release.
Yeah, I'm not.
So-
That seems like
I've
a
never
VSA
seen it.
release, honestly.
Possibly, I don't even know where that
Kind
fits into
of.
anything. It's weird. I
Yeah,
don't know.
because it's a trauma movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is
it's
kind
an
of-
old like that DVD came out. Oh my god, must have been early 2000s. It's an old one. No,
Yeah, that's a hard one to categorize.
What
VSL
about
or
you,
VSA.
totally. Yeah, but yeah, like I
For
mean,
me,
but the level of films, it's like Interrogation to Bloodline. What the fuck? I don't know.
yeah, they're the most apart too.
yeah, that's my problem with this line. This is like the anti-Tony line. Like this is just I bought 2 movies. I bought Bloodline, which sucked, and then I bought Neither the Seas nor the Sand, which I haven't watched. So based on all that, I'm giving it a D.
All
I've
right.
heard. I've heard.
I'm glad they took these weird movies and like put them in this little corner that I don't even have to really worry about.
Yeah.
I heard that the last one there, the near Caesar Land or whatever, is actually pretty good. I've seen a lot of people posting about it. I'm very happy for the upgrades or whatever it
It's
may be, and
it's
so I'm curious about it.
it's like it's similar to Death Dream, Bob Clark's Death Dream.
Right.
In terms of like somebody returning. Um
Hmm.
it's set in like a seaside like area. which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
The problem with it is that the romance, like it relies heavily on like this romance aspect of the
That just
characters.
ruined it for me. Romance is
I'm not
lame.
necessarily like I'm not saying it relies like what I'm saying is like the impact of the movie requires you to be on board with the romance, and I just don't think that it really. It's like to me, it's like poorly developed.
It's like a romance drama, right? Mostly.
It's definitely I would put it in the horror category.
Okay.
I would say.
Yeah, so VSL, yeah, I kind of have a similar problem where they're just very inconsistent. I thought Five Course that was pretty decent. I thought Interrogation was a really cool movie to blow out, even though Bloodlines isn't good.
You tried to make Bloodlines into a good
Well, I
movie.
was actually
did your
going
best
to
damn
say.
effort.
He just didn't want to admit that he fucked up with that
No,
one.
I never was claiming it wasn't bad. I just didn't hate it as much as you guys. But even
Dude, it's bad.
Even the try of Bloodlines of putting out this movie that had all these like A-list actors from the time that just ended up being this muddled ball of a mess.
Yeah.
I at least like appreciate the effort because it's not like I haven't bought plenty of other movies that I don't think are good. So even like that isn't something that I'm severely banging on with, but they have so much stuff I'm also just wouldn't consider buying, or I'm only like at 50% regardless. But I do like the concept of the line. Obviously, it's like the wild card line, really, and it is the one of the lines I see that I get most interested in when a title pops out. So I think that I would at least give it a C minus.
Yeah, I think they need to go back to digging further back in time because like their first couple titles were like old Universal films pretty much. So, and those were pretty cool.
Like that really early anthology film, which is considered
Flesh
like
and Fantasy.
Yeah.
And the cat
good.
creeps.
And the cat creep, exactly.
Dude, I was totally into that shit.
That's where I thought the whole line was going to be. I thought it was going to be like this major retro kind of labby thing where like, resurrect these films, you know, like
maybe those two
like
sell
their first
older.
like 4 releases were Universal titles, I think.
Okay.
That worries me that they're older titles and they haven't gone back to that because maybe that means that those just didn't sell at all. And
I'm probably
I can't imagine that those titles sell worse than like some of the other ones that were released on it.
I mean, to be honest, like the way people are like, I mean, just look at even like 22, like when we do older films, they never do well. We do something more familiar, more comforting. They do a lot better. I think when people see these old, like, 1946, I'm not even checking that shit out, man. I think the audience, like, I mean, if you go back to the whole reselling thing though, too, man, it's like, these are not going to resell well. It's like, they don't sell. They don't fucking sell. So I just don't think there's a lot of ambition and a lot of heads out there that are willing to like dig in the crates like that. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Especially nowadays when there's so much stuff coming out from so many other companies.
We just have a different mind when it comes to film. Like when I see a film like Flesh and Fantasy and it's like, it's dubbed as like the very first anthology film, that's bonerlicious to me.
It's
like,
not.
That's a great title for me. As one of the first.
It's an early.
Exactly. But the point is, yeah, you're right. It's not actually, but the point being is that it's something that I want to see released, where others just look at that release as being totally a throwaway release. Different minds.
I don't have any data on it, but I don't see that would sell any worse than like Bloodline or.
But I feel like Bloodline would actually sell pretty decent, considering if someone's interested in 70s cinema and they look at the cast on that film, maybe the director, whatever it is, and we're like, shit. I mean, that's kind of exactly. So it's kind of hitting. You're checking some boxes there for some fans of cinema, and you're like, oh shit, maybe a hidden gem, that thing. So I can see it selling better.
Look at that. Like I don't even know if they look at that stuff when they buy these things. Who knows?
I mean, that when Bloodline got announced, the first thing I was going through like the specs on it, and I was like, holy shit, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was the appealing thing to me about it.
Me too, man. I was like, so
Audrey Hepburn was in a movie like this? What?
Yeah, that was on her comeback kind of thing. And then you got the Bond director and like there was familiarity to me there. And being a Bond fan too, I was like, oh, this, like, how can this be bad? Like, it's got
it had a
lot
bunch
of
of actors I really like in it, like Ben Garazza, Romy Schneider,
right. And even
what's
the
his name,
synopsis
James
of the
Mason. I
film
love that guy.
sounded interesting. Like, it didn't sound like a bland bore story. Like, it just didn't it just didn't play out how I thought it was going to at all. So, but
And Morricone did the score too, right?
right.
Yeah,
And
Morricone did the score.
exactly. That's another thing we talked about. Morricone, like, which
He
Yeah,
pretty
it feels
much-
like they
Soundtrack
almost
kind of
had
sucked.
he fed
They-
that movie exactly what the movie was fucking bland. It was a
It
bland
seems like
fucking
they
Morricone
had to
score.
actually work hard for the movie to fail.
Yeah, man, it's true, dude. They get an
all
A
right,
plus
so-
for that.
something
Yeah,
happened
right.
on the editing room floor.
Yeah, allegedly. Next up, we'll do this one next. VSP, so Vinegar Syndrome Pictures, primarily new movies that they essentially either produced or, you know, distributed. There were four. I actually only watched one of the four, which was really good, but I would probably just based on that. I've heard good things about Eight Eyes and Riddle of Fire. But I would probably go with like a C just based on the fact that I haven't really seen much besides the one.
Man, I you know, by the end of the year, I kept hearing people talk about Divinity, Riddle of Fire, and Eight Eyes, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I wasn't in the mood. And you know me, I'm not buying like modern films. Like, I really need to see them before I buy those things. But like, I did end up picking Eight Eyes up on one of the sales. I feel like I'm gonna like that one.
I would like to dedicate one of the months this year to at least covering one of the VSPs, just because I think that it's like a part of them.
I
that
think we
didn't
should
touch
do it.
on.
We should do some modern stuff like that. And then,
Yeah.
but like, I just feel like, Black Eyed Susan was the last release of the year, and it was, it made my top 10 on 22 Shots year-end show.
Black
And
Eyed Susan would have been the one to do when it came out at a really crowded time.
Mhm.
yeah,
But we'll keep an eye on that for this.
I don't know
coming
how to
season.
rate this one because like I watched one of four and I've heard they're all good. So like, I mean, for what I've seen, I mean, I guess as a whole, I mean, I give it a B, right? I don't know how to really rate this because I've seen one of four.
You're basing it on what
On
you've seen
film.
and then what you heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Black Eyed Susan's obviously really good. Made my top 25. It's a movie we talked about a lot. I have seen Divinity. I watched that for last year. And it's good, but it's not anything that I felt like I needed to watch again or pay any premium for.
Yeah.
The other two, I haven't really had any interest in. I haven't heard much about them in terms of buzz either. So I probably give this one a C. And I guess this is only based on last year, but we know Street Trash came out, which is getting really mixed opinions.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, so that's a
I'm a
January
little-
title.
Yeah, I'm a
I
little
think
apprehensive.
it's already off to
that-
a good start.
It's already off to a good start. I agree with Tony, man.
I'm
I
just
liked
a little.
it.
I'm a little. I guess more conservative. That I think Black Eyed Susan might end up being an outlier title.
Really interesting.
But we'll see. I would give it a
Interesting.
C for now. I don't have a strong opinion either way.
Tony.
I only saw Black Eyed Susan and Eight Eyes, and I enjoyed both of them very much. And just like you guys, I heard good things about Divinity and Riddle of Fire. So I'll probably get those down the road. But they weren't like a huge priority of mine. But yeah,
Mhm.
I'd probably give it a B. Like I'd give the entire line a B, really.
Mhm. Yeah, not bad.
Mostly interested.
Okay, here's a big one. The Gosser video. 4 releases. Redneck Zombies just missed the cut. I think it came out at the end of the year, the previous year. It was their first title in that line, I believe.
That was our very first show, I think.
Yeah. So you got Herencia Diabolica, The Ripper, Blood Cult, and Cannibal the Musical was the 4 releases. So what do you guys think?
It's an A plus for me.
A plus. And all 4 of those were reviewed on the show.
Yeah.
And then 5 if you include Redneck Zombies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely did all 5 from 2024, like in our first season. Yep.
And we're doing the next one too.
Obviously, I loved Cannibal the Musical. I haven't seen any of the other three, but I think the concept of this line is really good. And I think they've been doing a very good job of really curating it how they should be. And obviously, all the releases we're covering here, guys are all pretty enthusiastic about every movie. They're all movies I'd be interested to pick up at half price,
Yeah,
like I usually do.
it's a
So
good point, Tyler. It's a good point, Tyler, because I feel like this line is the most consistent of what it's trying to do. Besides, you can't really say the VSP line is inconsistent because it's a pictures line. It's a new thing. It could be a variety of new films. So that line is what it is. But De Geyser, though, like this line is doing exactly what the first 5 releases are on point. It hasn't missed and it hasn't strayed away from, at all. And I feel like every line definitely has those strays, but this one is totally on point.
This line
100%.
absolutely has its own identity. And I think even though I've only seen one, with all the feedback I've heard and just how this line seems to be very curated on its specific thing, I would have to give it an A for the optimism.
Yeah. Me personally, I'm at an A as well. Probably the most exciting sub line that they had this year. I think that all 4 releases were good. Blood Cult probably being my least favorite of them, but I still think that the line like did exactly what it's supposed to do. And I would like more than 4 releases from this line because I think this line is good shit. So yeah, A. And then the last line here is the smallest, only 3 releases. It's the VSU line, Vinegar Syndrome Ultra. I didn't really understand this line for the longest time, but I think Tony like kind of nailed it when he said it's just a line for movies that you saw on HBO in the 90s, basically. And I'm like, yeah, that pretty much seems fitting.
Cable called classics.
Yeah, I've watched all 3 of the releases.
Was Six String Samurai actually playing on HBO back in the day? Because like that was a movie that
that might be the
had never seen.
The one we don't talk about.
Okay, that is the outlier.
That's
okay.
the outlier.
It might have played on HBO in like Mexico or something.
They
I never
can't give
that movie until it came out.
Yeah.
They can't give that thing away.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, so I think that the line was good for what it is. I'm not the biggest Southern Comfort fan, but I do think that like it fits that line, and I think that people do love that movie. Congo was probably my favorite of them. Navy SEALs was decent, but not really my cup of tea as well. So yeah, I'd probably give it a B.
I'm kind of there too. Like I'm actually a really big fan of Southern Comfort. I wasn't like overly stoked that it was on the VSU line because I already had a copy of it. And I was fine with my copy. I didn't really need to have this big fucking ridiculous edition kind of thing. Navy SEALs, I'm right there with you, man. I think it's a fine movie. I didn't watch this. I've seen it before. I'm not like the hugest fan of it. Congo, I remember not really caring for that much, liking it, but watching it this time I shouldn't say rekindled, maybe gave me some love for the film. I thought it was super, super fun. And kind of sick of watching or hearing people's hate on this shit without even seeing the Blu-rays. Like I'm watching a lot of videos recently about people, they're only buying Congo because it has this VSU big fucking thick packaging and they don't even like the movies and blah, blah, blah. And the whole time I'm watching this video, I'm not going to say, and they're very, very popular podcasters, in fact.
Why? Say it.
And the Dead Pit. They were going off about how people were only buying these releases because of the packaging. They don't even like the fucking movies. And I kept thinking to myself going, nah, man, I'm friends with Tony, man. He's a homie that fucking I kept thinking like he loves this movie and this was a release for him. And there is people out there that legitimately wanted these type of deluxe editions for these type of movies. And I'm like, dude, you guys, you're just fucking talking out your ass right now, man. Like they're basically ripping on these films without even seeing them and stuff. And then Tony brought up a point in the chat one day and he's like, man, he's watching this film going, this is one of the most beautiful 4Ks I've ever seen in my life. One of the most beautiful 4Ks in my collection. And I watched it and I was like, holy fuck, I agree with him, man. This thing was mind blowing, super fun, great release. And it's warranted of that type of release. I mean, I'm just so sick of people fucking sitting there tripping on us collectors.
Something?
Well, they're talking about they were tripping on collectors or collectors or whatever just buying shit because of packaging. I'm like, man, and I'm thinking,
they should join up with Dave Z, dude.
and I'm just like, man, I'm so sick. Like, I mean, like I said,
I've generally
Tony would have bought this
people-
release a standard release. It wasn't about the packaging. It was actually about the movie. There's people that still buy the movies based on the movies. And I say all the time.
I get what they're saying in the sense of like, there are people out there, like just join the Vinegar Syndrome group page on Facebook. Like there are people that literally just do buy shit because of the packaging. And
I'm not saying there isn't, but what I'm saying is there's actual people like Tony that are buying these films because they legitimately love them, regardless of what the packaging is. And like I said, million fucking times, you guys watch my videos. Like I always talk about, like, I don't care about slipcovers and shit. Like I'm fine with having a movie without a slipcover, but people are legitimately buying. And I understand this because I watch a lot of fucking YouTube videos. People are buying shit or won't buy stuff because they can't get the slipcover. I'm like, what? This is fucking at the end of the day.
Tyler.
So if you're involved in
that?
media and making like, involved in this world and stuff like that, at the end of the day, is it not about the fucking movie that's underneath the slipcover that's encased by that piece of paper?
I've said it 100 times.
It's crazy to me, man.
I actually hate how the collecting market has gone. Like I hate the fact that there's like so much emphasis put on like a cardboard cover for your cardboard cover that goes in your cardboard box. Like it's too much for me. And I think that it's kind of
it's something we'll bring up later on in the show about one of the releases that, I would have been fucking fine with a standard Amaray case with no fucking reversible as long as I got that goddamn movie in my life.
Yeah, not that
it's about the movie for me, man.
Editions sometimes of of these like you said, like a slipcover within a slipcover aren't beautiful looking, but at the same time, sometimes it's a little oversaturated where you might say like, I would pay $8 less for this if you just took the top slipcover off of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's more like $3 less for them.
Like if the version of it existed that was like $24.99 instead of $34.99 because
well, I mean, some of their titles you can do like a regular title, you can just do the standard version.
Yeah, you can totally just get the like it's fine. And like I it's not like I don't appreciate. So okay, when it comes to slipcovers, I think it's really pointless that people are going out of their way to buy a movie with a slipcover that has the same art as the actual art on the Amaray. But I do appreciate when, companies like Vinegar Syndrome or there's tons of companies that customize and do specific artwork for their slipcovers and stuff like that. It's fine. But if it's not available for me, I'm not going to trip dicks and not buy the movie because it's not coming with a slipcover. You know what I mean?
That's how
it's like if I missed a release, I'm not going to be like, I'm not buying that movie. But the consensus and the word on the street is from many fucking people I've been legitimately admitting that they're passing on these movies because it didn't have a slipcover. I'm like, you're not passing on the movie, you're passing on a piece of cardboard. The movie is the last part of it.
I mean,
you don't care about the movie.
I don't
Stop wording it like that.
I'm like kind of indifferent. Like I don't really care how people spend their money and what they want to buy and how they collect or whatever. I'm more just I hate how the slipcover game has become monetized. Like it's more of a
no, but like what I'm saying,
companies have.
Are you a film fan? Are you a film fan if you're fucking not buying movies because they don't have a slipcover? Like, what are you doing with your life? Like, are you not there for the movies?
Maybe they're there for the collecting aspect. Maybe they just like to collect.
Maybe they're in the trades and stocks.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything about like. I mean, it's just. It's hypocritical of us to even talk, about collectors. We all collect and stuff like that, but I don't collect specifically for, a certain package or whatever. I do like movies. I don't like the aspect of just buying shit and taking away from real collectors that actually want those movies, especially when shit's limited and you got people buying up this shit to put on their shelf because it has some fancy ass packaging and they never watch the fucking movie. Or on the flip side of that, to resell the shit. It's even worse to me. This was a big thing when Code Red was putting out shit. People would buy up all the fucking copies because they weren't limiting their stuff to purchase, and then they would go and flip the shit out of it.
Yeah,
it was horrible to me.
I say that's more Code Red's fault than
Well, no, there's lots of companies. This is the reason why a lot of shit became limited because I do appreciate it became a thing, and companies obviously started realizing that limited to 2 copies. But even limiting it to 2 copies is still like, okay, so I can buy 2 copies, I'll wait for the shit to sell. I'll sell the 1 extra that I have for the third party aftermarket, 400%.
Dude, there's people out there that get 2 subscriptions and they sell all the stuff from 1 subscription, and it pays for both subscriptions.
And there's legitimately people out there that wanted the keep, that maybe love that movie, that never got a copy because some fucking asshole bought it for the packaging, doesn't give a fuck about the movie, sitting on his shelf collecting dust, or the other motherfucker out there bought the movie to resell it just to fuck over people. They don't realize that there's actually people out there that want that movie to watch and enjoy. It's frustrating when I see that.
I mean, I think they're just like, that's not my problem. They didn't make enough.
Yeah,
but I'm just okay. I mean, you can use that, but it's still a little bit ignorant when you're just. It's the point of reselling. It's the point of reselling, and like it's really frustrating.
It used to bother me a lot more than it does now because I don't.
I
put the blame on the studios. Like like people are going to resell it. So if you need to litigate that with certain aspects, like limiting the amount you can buy.
I do understand the limiting things because a lot of times, sometimes. Say Vinegar Syndrome, rents the rights to a film, and say the company makes a deal for those rights to only release, like, say 5,000 copies. I get that. That actually happens in in contracts and stuff. That actually legitimately that happened with Severin. Was it Combat Shock? Was that the film?
Mm-hmm.
So the director said, "I only want this many copies out." Blah blah blah. So they that's what they did, and it sold out right away. It is what it is. That's a different thing. That's a totally different thing. And it does happen. So, but putting that aspect on things that don't need to be limited is frustrating though too. Because if you look into it, I mean, I'm thinking that a lot of these, say even Vinegar Syndrome, like a lot of the VSA titles, do you think that the contracts are stating that they can only release 3,000 or 4,000 of them? Or is it just a financial?
Sometimes, probably.
It could be. We don't know.
I mean, a lot of time, like certain times it'll be like, all right, we pay.
I think it's projected sales with Vinegar Syndrome though too. I think that
there's not a single release that they do that they don't have projected sales numbers on.
Of course. But these ones specifically have a number attached to them, so it could go either way. It could be the contract. It could be the marketing ploy of it though too. But marketing something that's limited to 4,000 copies is a great way to sell copies. Right, because you're like, holy shit, that shit's going to sell out. And sometimes it does.
Some, whether it's a studio or sometimes it's a person that owns the film, there might be like multiple options. Like, okay, this is a film, for example, an eye for an eye. Okay, well, this film's similar to this other film that we released. We could probably sell this amount of copies. Okay, the person that is licensing it to us, $10,000 for 2,000, $20,000 for 5,000, and they'll kind of just go with what they see is more likely to sell. They don't want to get stuck with a bunch of copies of something that isn't going to sell.
Right.
So there's sometimes more than just like, oh, we're only give you 1,000 copies. Like sometimes it's like that's all they're willing to.
Well, that goes back to the projected sales.
And sometimes there's
right?
not copies involved at all. Like sometimes it's just a license to as many as you want or whatever. It's just from what I was talking to the TerraVision dude, like every deal can be different. Like every deal can.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying, right? And it does make sense because you're going to have certain titles that people are waiting for. Like take The Keep, for instance. Like they knew that shit was going to sell like hot rocks. Like you could have limited that shit to 10,000. I mean, it sold out in
like 12K in a day.
Yeah.
Really? Holy shit.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
is there a standard edition?
Yeah, you can still buy it standard. But
there is a standard edition, yeah. Because I actually saw my buddy that owns a shop in town here. He actually got some copies from Vinegar Syndrome. He has to buy them himself. And but he showed actually a picture, I could even bring it up right now, of the standard of The Keep. So
that's pretty
actually
wild.
I just saw it like an hour ago, like literally at his shop. So
12,000
on his
copies.
Instagram. Yeah.
That's nuts. That is wild.
Yeah.
So I guess The Keep is probably one of their best sellers of the year.
Well, that's what I was thinking that. I mean, it's one of those titles that everybody has been waiting for. I was a little bit disappointed in the fact that like we didn't get, the other cuts, but do they fully exist? We don't even know.
Probably not.
I just
I
heard
feel
they're
like they would've-
unfinished.
I feel like if it was
Even a
possible,
Swear to
work
God,
print.
that version that I watched, I swear to God, it was longer, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
it just
maybe
felt
like a
that.
work print, like there's got to be, because there's been other
Dailies.
cuts that have been assembled,
Because
but
remember, for the longest time, there was like that really shitty cut of Nightbreed with like the dailies and
there's the
old
standard of the keep.
footage.
He showed this on there.
That was like over. It was
My
like an
buddy's
overly
shop.
long mess. Yeah.
So, yeah. It's just funny because I just saw that.
So, anyway, what did you guys rate the VSU line?
Oh yeah. I only watched Southern Comfort, but it's a line that seems to be doing.
It's
supposed to be
usually
doing
only like
also.
3 a year.
I'm gonna rate it based on like I think the releases are fine for what I don't think Navy SEALs needed that crazy.
Yeah.
It seems weird to me. Southern Comfort I really enjoy. I think Congo's really cool too.
Yeah, I'm a big Walter Hill fan. Southern Comfort was a banger, so I think I give it a B. And the packaging on these things is always really good.
I give it a B
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
I think it's just better that they only do a few a year. It would probably feel worse if they like did. 8
Yeah,
releases.
because let's face it,
They
like,
always save them for the sales.
yeah.
Yeah. 3 a year is interesting because you break that down. It's one every 4 months. That's
Yeah.
not a
I think that's
very
good for that's good for this line though.
prolific line right there.
Yeah, I think it's because they could probably release 6, 8, 10 a year, but I think they probably don't want to flood their market with these, let's face it, like mainstream studio films. So they probably just like keep it small. But
Was
I think it
Southern-
would
Was
be
Southern
good.
Comfort a big mainstream title from Walter Hill when it came out, or was it more of like a kind of a low key release? I don't really know the history behind that.
I mean, it's got a
Sure.
Because Walter
good
Hill's
cast.
obviously done big fucking movies, but I don't
Let's
remember
see.
Southern Comfort being like a big.
It was on
Got a
cable
I mean,
all the
it
time.
was 20th Century Fox, so
Yeah.
it's
It's got a really good cast and would have been coming off of what the Driver and the Warriors, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, it probably had a big wide release. It
Yeah.
definitely was a big studio film, but who knows? I don't even know how well it did or whatever. So I could see it not doing that well, just based on the premise. But who knows? Who knows?
well, it didn't do well. It bombed, but it's like one of those. It just, I think the idea is that it's like bigger studio movies,
Right.
Not necessarily ones that were successful. Because let's face it, like Beastmaster was not a financial success on the theatrical run, but it became a massive success on HBO. Like it was one
And
of the
video.
most popular, and video, yeah,
And video. Yeah.
yeah.
In fact, actually, when Anchor Bay released Beastmaster on DVD, that was a big seller for them back in the day. So that had a huge cult following.
yeah, it's a very nostalgic movie for a lot of people our age. Did everybody rate that?
No, I didn't. I give it an A plus.
Nice.
That line is literally catered towards me. I probably watched all 3 of those 100 times growing up. In fact, I probably watched the 3 of them on the same day. Who fucking knows?
Start calling that line the VST.
So
And I love Navy SEALs. That's such a fun little.
I need to
buddy
rewatch it. I actually had it sitting on my table to watch. I just didn't get around to it. I ended up watching like Nemesis from '92 instead. Like I'm just weird like that. So,
It's such a great cast. You got Michael Biehn, Charlie Sheen, Bill Paxton's in it. It's just those guys just blowing shit up and like doing high fives the entire time.
it's funny that you mentioned Bill Paxton because I literally have the Vagrant sitting. It was sitting on Navy SEALs. That's so weird that you mentioned that. Just random.
So, okay. So in terms of like partner releases, we're not going to rate everyone, but were there any like? I mean, obviously you have your standout ones that you're big fans of. This is the first year I actually like dug into the partner labels more. I would always like just get a release here and there, but I actually bought like quite a few partner label stuff this year. For me, like I think that the ones that do like the coolest stuff are Saturn's Core and Agfa. But I'm really excited for the Magnet or Magnolia going forward. They just had the one release with Murder Party this year, but they just did Strange Circus for January.
Oh,
And I was looking through the
Last
titles that
Circus.
they
Last Circus.
I was looking through the titles that they own. Is that what not what I said? What I say?
It said Strange
Says
Circus.
Oh,
strange.
sorry. Last Circus, yeah. Strange Circus is another good movie though. Um, but I think that I'm pretty excited to see what else they release because I was looking through the titles they own, and there's a lot of cool stuff from like the 2000s, late 2000s, early 2010s that is like really banger cool shit. And IFC Films, I wasn't happy with what they did so far, but I know they own so much cool stuff that I'm looking forward to that label as well. The Shutter label was okay with me as well. I picked up a couple things, but not like anything like mind blowing from them so far. And I picked up an odd title from a couple of the other labels too, but overall for me, like the best one of the year was probably Saturn's Core.
Yeah, Saturn's Core is usually probably one of my top favorites. Honestly, like this year, like Saturn's Core, I was like a completist on that line, and this year is like the first time I started jumping off. Like the mom and pop documentary that we talked about earlier this past year,
Hmm.
like I kind of just wasn't a fan of that at all. And it
Yeah,
kind
me
of like just
too.
so that was like the first like step in me being like maybe I shouldn't collect all these. And then they did that David the Rock Nelson collection of like bullshit like short films from this guy. I'm like, nah, like I'm not fucking getting this. So after that, now I'm like starting my whole jumping off point. But yeah, besides that, they put out some good shit. Shutter just like you. I think I bought two out of those. So I mean that's par for the course of Shutter. I feel like it's always like 2 out of 7 movies are good with them anyways. Um,
Yeah, I grabbed one, two, three from Shutter. Yeah, I only grabbed
I
three.
grabbed I just grabbed two. I got Brooklyn 45 and The Sadness.
The first two.
Yep. And then I didn't get anything else.
So, what were you saying though?
VHS or VH Shitfest, I'm a big fan of because they're kind of like they kind of remind me of like the Gazer, except like more of an underground the Gazer. They're not like really into like the exploitation of Saturn's core, but they're into like weird little like super low budget shot on video stuff. Um, let's see. Yeah, IFC Films, I'm actually kind of disappointed in. Because, like you said, they have such a huge collection of films, but like the 4 movies they put out this past year, it's like you really couldn't like come out with like a heavier like
Yeah, like
catalog.
Snowtown is probably their most like interesting title, but I just wasn't interested because I just watched it and I've seen it a couple times now, and it's not one I like love
Literally
anyway.
not
So
an ounce of interest in that line because I'm not a big fan of the Snowtown Murders. And the other three films, I don't even think I fucking know what they are. I was like, what the hell's up with
I
IFC?
think I heard of Bastards before, but
I might have. I'm just not 100% sure. So that line was 100% bust for me.
yeah.
But
Oh,
Bleeding
they own a
Skull is
lot
a
better stuff.
highlight
So.
too.
Bleeding Skull.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest highlight of the year for me. So them branching off from AGFA and just the releases they've put out so far have been really strong.
Nice. What about
Yeah.
you two?
Um, Agfa, I collect it. I love the line. They always release really good stuff, man. Last Slumber Party this year was fun. The Hey Folks intermission, the Time Video Party was really fun to watch and stuff. They released some of
Amanda
the
and the
crazy,
Alien was cool.
yeah, yeah. The Call to the Egg, another trailer compilation. I love that shit. Santa Claus Conquers Martians, like they're always putting out crazy shit. The Bloodorama triple features is really fun. I'm a big fan. Like I said, I pretty much have everything from them. Art label started out really cool for me with the Surf Reality movie and the Mom collection, but everything else after that, I was like, not interested. Big City Pictures, no interest. Bleeding Skull, again with Tony, it's like right up my alley. Everything they're releasing, I'm super interested in. Shot on video shit's really awesome. Brainstorm Media, no interest. Canadian, The CIP, they're very, very hit and miss with me. I think I picked up a couple releases this year. Roadkill, I thought was actually quite good. I meant to grab Abducted. I heard that one's okay.
That's actually the only title I picked up was Abducted.
Okay. Yeah.
Dave Parker said it wasn't that good.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, I watched the review on him on that he just actually recently did actually. But yeah, Roadkill I thought was actually pretty cool. I was very interested. I knew about that movie from years ago, so it was decent. The cartoon, I had no idea what the fuck that shit is right there. I had no interest in it.
Hundreds of Beavers you would absolutely love. Tell you that right now.
Yeah, I'm waiing for that one to be on sale.
Okay.
I didn't like that movie.
You didn't?
You're the only person that I know that doesn't like it.
What is it? What is it?
It's a comedy.
It's a slapstick silent movie in black and white with like I don't know anything past that, but it has
like really interesting creative like style to it, like the way that it was done.
Yeah, even back when it came out in a film festival, I think it might have actually.
It was at Fantasia.
It might have been 2022 when it first hit the film festivals, because I had someone I knew through a Discord that saw it premiere, or maybe it wasn't premiere, but he saw it somewhere in the UK like really early, and he was raving about it, and he like talked to the director about it, and the director's like, "Be careful, hey, don't send this to anyone else." But he sent him a link, like a screener link, so we could watch it again. And he said you can share it with like a couple of your friends, but don't like send this anywhere. And that got shut down because some asshole on our Discord just started giving it out to random people.
What an asshole!
Got it. Yeah, and the director said like, "Hey, there's a lot of activity on this link. What's going on?" So that was a whole thing.
It was probably the same link I had.
Maybe. This kid like just started like giving it to people. Well, that person eventually got kicked out of that Discord. So.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit,
because
man.
I watched it as like a screener, a couple years. I think it was definitely over. It was not in 2014. It was probably 2023.
Did you ever review it?
Yeah, I did.
But he was raving about it then before it really had a following, and it got really popular in that Discord because that person like really hyped it up. I still haven't watched it. I don't know why. Yeah, but I didn't want to pay. I didn't want to pay that price. Like I
didn't buy it. I mean, I'm not like it's not one that I like would love to see again. I just think that certain people would love it.
I'm gonna buy it at the halfway to Black Friday sale. That was when I came. I'm like, I don't need the slipcover. I'll just wait till I can buy it for like $18.99.
You could continue on, Moods.
Cynophobia released the coffee table. Now I fucked up with this one, so I'd grabbed the DVD early in the year of this, and then of course the Blu-ray comes out, and I was like, you know what, fuck, I'll just wait for the fucking the sale on that one. Yeah, no, it's sold out. I was like, fuck. And of course, I love that movie, so I was a little bit pissy on that one. So, but good on them for releasing something that's pretty dope. I don't know what they're going to release in the future, what the label's all about. Is it modern releases? Is it modern foreign releases? I have no idea. Really, I haven't really read up on Cynophobia releasing. So
it's actually from the founder of Artsploitation Films. So it's cool. Basically a rebranded Artsploitation.
Oh, okay. So there you go. So I'm probably gonna like it for the most part, because there was a time where me and JP used to get like all the Artsploitation films from them to review. And I love that label, man. It was
that had some really cool gems on it.
I actually have a couple DVDs that they had sent me from Cinemaphobia when they first launched, before like they was on Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh shit! See, I never got those.
Just from the previous relationship with Artsploitation, like the same guy hit me up and sent me. I think it was just like one or two things. I don't even think they were DVDs though, so I wasn't like, I thought they'd be Blu-rays. But so yeah, it looks like I would expect decent contemporary films from them. That's kind of their go-to thing.
That's cool, man. Circle Collective, no idea. Dark Star was a label that I feel like I should be into, but really, I mean, they've released Fear.com, and I was like, no, I'm not into this shit.
I would actually probably buy Fear.com on sale. It's a bad movie, but it's like
I don't really understand the label though. Like it's all over the place. Like some of the movies, like they're modern, they're old. I have no idea. Deck Analog. That's another label that I mean, I'm gonna grab Adult Swim Yule Log because it is a fucking Christmas movie. But as for the label as a whole, they don't really release anything that I'm interested in. I do own Dude Bro Party Massacre 3, like the old indie release of that, so I'm not interested in grabbing the new one. I like that movie. It's really fun.
The Yule Log was definitely a huge like highlight for me from that label. That's the only thing I own from them.
ETR Media pretty much only does documentaries and shit. I'm not really interested in buying documentaries unless they're horror related or something I'm super into. So I kind of pass on that label. Never bought anything. Factory 25.
The problem with those documentaries, because I have like clicked on one before on like MB or something. I feel like they're just like glorified YouTube videos.
I know. That's what I kind of feel like.
They are YouTube documentaries.
Is that what they are?
Well,
Fuck,
that
I knew something was going on
That's
there,
kind
man.
of cool, actually.
Factory 25. I don't have an ounce of interest in anything they release. Film Movement. Again, I was like, I'm not interested at all. Never grabbed any of the titles. Film Movement Classics. There's a couple films on there that I grabbed. Kamikaze 89. I still haven't watched it yet, though. They did release The Reflecting Skin, which is a fantastic film. I never grabbed that release. But for the most part,
that's the only one I picked that and Scarlet Diva up.
Okay, so a lot of the film. Oh, yeah, I actually own the old DVD of the Argento film, but I never grabbed that one. So not really a lot of interest in that one. Icarus Films. No fucking idea. Never grabbed anything. IFC, I don't even have any interest in what they're releasing now on that one. Candy is one of those lines where I feel like I'm interested in a lot of the films, but then I end up not picking up any of them. It's like so weird because it's like all Asian stuff. And I'm like kind of interested. I'm like, that looks cool. Wait for a sale. Just pass on even on the sales. Magnolia, Murder Party, looking forward to it. Grab Murder Party, loved it. I'm fucking stoked because Magnolia has a lot of good shit sitting there, like you guys said. So that's going to be interesting in 2020.
Yeah, this year should be really interesting to see what Magnolia does.
Yeah, hopefully we get Return to Sleepaway Camp.
Dude, I literally I'm not even joking. That's like number high on my wish list from them.
I want that shit.
Do you think that shit would look good on Blu-ray? Because man, I don't know, man.
No,
it's pretty.
I think it's shot on digital.
Yeah, it was DV for sure. Yeah,
I think that film needs a reevaluation from people. It's not that bad, bro.
I agree. It's fun.
Memory. No interest in that line. I pass on every single title. Music Box Selects. I'm not into I'm in my music room right now. I don't buy a lot of music stuff. No Budge. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I must have passed on that one. Pulse Video. Karate Contra Mafia. I'm interested to see what else they do because that's just pretty awesome. Saturn's Core is like my go-to shit. When all the partner stuff comes out for pre-order and stuff, I look to see what Saturn's Core is releasing because I love the label. I have every one so far.
So Tony was saying while you were gone that this might be the first year that he fell off a little bit of Saturn's Core because of some of the stuff they were releasing.
I thought the only thing this year that was shitty was the mom and pop. And I wasn't understanding that should have been like one of those ETR.
That broke me.
Yeah, but everything else actually has been really good, man. Like, I mean, so far, that's kind of the one kind of outlier for the shittiness of Saturn's Core. But honestly, everything has been pretty cool, man. I'm still
that Severe Injuries movie is like pretty bad. I don't know if you guys watched that or not.
I like that movie.
No, I actually didn't watch it, but like Flesh Freaks, I did that. I reviewed that, but I love Gut Pile. I've seen that one before. Fatal Delusion is pretty cool. So I mean, it's got its moments. Shudder, so far I've been completely disappointed in. The only one I grabbed was The Sadness. Actually, most of these films I don't even really like. The Sacrifice Game, I do like. I actually pre-ordered the Black Fawn distribution. It's the Canadian label, so I grabbed that from them. So I'm not grabbing that. Subculture USA, I have bought. I think they have 3 releases to this date. I have all of them. I watched Supermarket the other night. I thought it was pretty decent, pretty cool German film. Umbrella, fucking love pretty much everything they're doing. I did pass on Hercules Returns. I'll go wait for a sale on that one. But so far the whole label's been pretty good, man. I mean, Houseboat Horror this year, Sky Pirates, love that film. The Tunnel, fuck, come on. Utopia is a label I have nothing from. I fucked up. I didn't grab Red Rooms. Apparently it's back in stock, so I'll have to grab that one. I have really no interest in anything else they're doing. VHS Shitfest. Love the label. Bought everything so far. It's up my alley. I love the shot on video.
Where the hell are you seeing these at? Oh my god, I'm on the wrong page.
VHS Shitfest. I reviewed Lost Prophet. It's actually a film from 1992. Very, very interesting avant-garde film. Very trippy shit. We talked about A Silent Terror. Pretty cool stuff. XYZ Films, no interest. Yellow Veil, no. There's like nothing on there that interests me. So, but
they have a lot of Shutter movies on Yellow Veil.
Honestly, like
Daniel Isn't Real, Sweet Sweet Lonely Girl.
That's the thing. I didn't really like Where the Devil Roams. I didn't like Daniel Isn't
That
Real.
too.
There's a few films I swallowed. Is that the one where she's like eating shit?
No, that Swallowed's actually pretty decent. It has Mark Patton in
That's
it.
just Swallow.
Oh, that's Swallow. Yeah, right. Okay. So like my heavy hitters for the sister labels as they are,
and Sweet Lonely Girl's pretty good too, honestly.
Okay, is Agfa, of course, Bleeding Skull, Saturn's Core are like the heavy hitters for me. So I wish Subculture would do more because everything they've released so far has been pretty decent. Like I've enjoyed all, I think 3 movies that they've released in like 2 fucking years. So I don't know what's up with that label, but they're very far in between. But yeah, it's I'm very, very picky when it comes to this. But Magnolia is the one I'm thinking that I'm going to be really kind of peeping for in 2025 because I think it might be a big year. It was just Murder Party came out late last year? Was it late last year?
October. Yeah,
so it was late last year. So I think 2025 is going to be the year that they kind of break out with the release and stuff like that. And so I mean, IFC has potential to put out some good stuff. We just haven't seen it yet. At least I haven't seen it yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, and I'm really interested now that I know more about Cinephobia releasing, being Artsploitation's kind of rebranded label. Because let's face it, man, Artsploitation for the most part was really solid. They released a lot of really good stuff, some incredible stuff, honestly. But I was always interested in what they were doing, and I like the idea of what they were doing. The world cinema and shit like that. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, decent year for sister labels, I guess.
I got a good sampling size from quite a few of these labels, but for me, easily the standout is Film Movement Classics, not to be confused with Film Movement, which is pretty much just their modern films. I haven't bought anything from them. But yeah, I bought 6 films from them, and there's at least 6 more that came out just this year that I'm waiting for a sale for, and I picked up quite a good handful of their back releases too. Connie's one I'm really interested in as well. I only bought 1 release from them, but they have several that I'm probably going to buy around halfway to Black Friday sale. And I'm usually a pretty big supporter of Yellow Veil. They've been one of the labels I've probably bought the most for over the last couple of years, but I thought they didn't have a good year at all. There's only 1 movie on here I'm interested at all in purchasing, and I even passed on it as a daily deal, so it's probably not a good sign.
Nope. What was it?
Dogs Don't Wear Pants.
I haven't heard of
does
half the films on this label.
Well, I mean, I've seen like a handful of them.
Last year they put out the 3 films.
Where the Devil Roams.
I've seen Without Name also.
I can't pronounce his name, but last year they put out 3 films from the year before that. I mean, they put out 3 films from that Polish guy that did the Hourglass Sanatorium, and those are really cool, interesting films. They would have been high on my list last year for releasing those.
Right.
I think you would like Swallowed and Sweet Sweet Lonely Girl. She's Allergic to Cats was okay. But the Swallowed's kind of a weird one. And Sweet Sweet Lonely Girl, if my memory serves me right, it's like set in like the 70s or 80s or something, or at least feels that way.
I thought it was pretty cool.
It's
very atmospheric.
It reminded me of like Ty West's House of the Devil, like in terms of
that one's ringing a bell too. I think I've seen that film.
It's shot with like a very soft focus.
Yeah.
Kind of
when did it come? Like just a couple years ago?
2016, I want to say.
Man, I swear I've seen
Somewhere
this
around
movie.
there.
Now that I
It
think
was
about
actually on Shudder. It was one. It
I
was
feel
one.
like
Yeah.
it was probably one of the first Shudder exclusives.
Yeah, it was.
yeah, I
one of
had
the
to have
early
seen it.
ones.
I had to have seen it then because I used to watch like everything every time they released like exclusives, I'd always watch them because I'm like, well, I mean, they're exclusives, so I gotta watch them on here. So, but
So yeah, that's. I mean, overall, like, what would you grade like Partner Label overall and Vinegar Syndrome overall?
Partner labels, I think I would give overall, I think I would give a B plus. It's kind of hard to really evaluate that though, because there's certain labels I didn't buy a thing for, and I never
Right,
came
but
close
it's
to it.
more like your personal interest,
Yeah,
not necessarily like
I got
this
a
is.
good sampling though, and I was pretty happy with virtually every partner title I bought this year. But those are way more curated to my interest. I also wanted to mention I thought Def Crocodile was a great partner label, and they even had a very good start to the year, but they are no longer with Vinegar
Yeah, I was
Syndrome.
gonna
I was
ask
sad to
you
see
guys
them
that if
go.
you knew any of the labels that left during the year.
Yeah, that
Alter
one
and
did,
Innocence
and
too.
Altered Innocence left even earlier. Like after they had January releases, and that was it.
yeah, yeah.
Is
Was it just the two
Gunpowder
this
and
year?
Sky still there?
No, that one's
They're
gone.
still there. They're still there, but they
Are
just
they?
haven't released anything.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they were on they were on. They just didn't release anything this year. When I went through the whole list of it, they were still featured, but they maybe they're gone, but they're still featured on there. But
Mhm.
they didn't release anything this year. There's a couple labels that didn't.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I only liked like two of their releases anyway, so which was Summer of '84 and Tragedy Girls.
Mm.
So overall, like I would go ahead and give the partner labels like a B out of what I've seen. Left me wanting a little bit more with IFC Films. That was like a major disappointment for me because when they announced that, I was hype. I was like, dude, there's literally so many great films that are stuck on DVD from the IFC Films released. And I was
Not
like,
only
damn.
that, not only that, I feel like they mentioned IFC after people were like boo-hooing about like Culture Shock leaving and all these other partner labels like leaving. They're like, but we got IFC coming. Everybody's like, oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel
So
like all of our expectations were just way too high for them.
yeah, definitely. So they need to really step it up for me to buy
Yeah, because
anything.
we know that there's so many better films out there. It's like the Shutter line though too. There's so many better films that they haven't put out yet.
Right. It's fucking
Maybe-
IFC. Their library is massive.
yeah, and yeah, there's lots of good stuff. So I mean,
Yeah,
for me,
sure.
for the stuff that I am into and bought and watched and stuff like that, like I'm at like a high B plus. Like, I mean, I'm very picky when it comes to it, but there is labels that I completely support, like I said, Agfa and Bleeding Skull and Saturn's Core and stuff like that. I buy pretty much everything from them because I'm into that shit. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, solid from what I'm into. I mean, there's too many like. I mean, I think there is people out there that are like buying everything, which is insane to me.
That's crazy.
It's fucking crazy. I think the sister label is like one of those things where it caters to certain people, right? It really does. Like you kind of
Yeah, and that is what's cool about it because there are people out there that love the ERT and they buy every release.
Yeah,
Or
like
there's
I
people
I
that
love
Right.
film
the-
classics.
and I'm
I
fine.
would give
And like,
that label an A plus this year.
and I like that about that. You know, if people are into
Yeah.
that shit, then fucking support it, man. That's
Yeah.
awesome, dude. Like
Well, it
Music
makes it
Box
cool,
Selects. I know
too.
there's people out there that buy all the Music Box Selects, and I'm like, that's
well,
cool
they've
too, man.
released some great stuff in the past though,
Yeah.
right? Like they've done Summer of Fear by Wes Craven and I think they had Opera by Argento in an early release.
Yeah, they
Um,
did because I had that Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That was before they
Yeah.
were on Vinegar Syndrome.
Right.
Because I used to get screeners from them.
Yeah, it's really cool with the partners you think about since they're so varied that you probably have one or two that someone that most people champion, but you get the option.
But it
to,
wasn't called
pick and
Music
choose
Box though,
one.
right? It was something else.
Yeah, it was called Music Box.
They did the
Unless it's a different company.
yeah, no, Summer of Fear was, and those things were done, but it was a different company.
No, I'm
Oh,
saying it was Music Box. I'm just saying unless it was a different Music Box. Because
I
it's
don't know.
based in Chicago, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like something's weird there. Fine, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I guess
I had they did a Hagazusa too. Music Box Films years ago. This is the late
No,
that's the symbol.
maybe it was Doppelganger.
it was Doppelganger. Yeah, Doppelganger. I believe was like, was it like a sub label of like somebody like Scorpion or something? Like I don't know what the hell
It
was up
might
with
have
that
been.
label. Yeah, because
But,
it was connected somehow. But
they probably just found a home here.
remember the Summer of Fear release? I got that too, and I think I have that old opera one too. But as for Vinegar Syndrome, what do you guys rate the whole?
Did everybody do the partner labels?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. For me, I'll go with an A. I mean, when you put it all together, like I think it's hard to not love the stuff that they've done this year. But I feel like this next year is going to be even better. So we'll see. But A might be a bit high. I don't know.
I feel like I'm at an A also. I mean, I watched almost every single Vinegar Syndrome release this year. And if I didn't watch it, I'd probably seen them before. So, it is what I didn't rewatch The Howling 2.
I did.
Of course you did.
I love The Howling too.
But I've seen, I mean, I do too. I just didn't rewatch it. But
the 4K looks amazing.
For the most part, I mean, this year, or, the whole Vinegar Syndrome did a pretty good job. I'm just waiting for another sub line. Are they just going to put out another one or what?
I was wondering if they would.
What could it be?
Right.
I was wondering that too, but don't they usually do it at the beginning or at the end of the year usually? Like I feel like anytime
they could do a kids line.
Ooh,
like severing kids, like severing kids with their.
I feel like it's inevitable that they
the
put
peanut butter
line.
solution is one of the greatest releases by Severin, man. Oh my god, that is one of the weirdest movies ever released. It's crazy.
Yeah, I would totally be down with a kids line, dude. There's some dark kids movies out there.
Yeah, there's tons. It's tons, man. 1985 alone has like the epitome of them. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Never ending story. Let's do that.
Didn't that just get like a crazy? Didn't that movie just get a crazy release? Like it came with like the actual book from the movie, like the big ass like fucking scale
that's
book.
A big cult movie. It's possible.
No, it did. It actually did. It got like one of those big ass book release. It's fucking nuts, man. I'm like, well, it was going for like a couple $100. Shit. I know not Vinegar Syndrome. Scream Factory released like a bunch. Maybe it was Scream Factory released that. I think it was. Yeah, I think they did. It's crazy.
That makes sense. Like for their like deluxe packages, they kind of do go all out.
They did the Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal and the Labyrinth. They release these crazy fucking editions that were like $200 a piece. I'm like, holy shit, man! Like, what the fuck?
They'll do packages with action figures. Like I bought the My Bloody Valentine with the Harry Warden like NECA. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, I've got the Silent Night, Deadly Night figure and the Fog one too. Actually,
I have the Night of the Demons ones.
Yeah.
So Music Box Films owned Doppelganger, so that's why I was thinking it was Music Box Films.
Oh, so they owned. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, like Doppelganger was like a subsidiary release.
Right.
Right. They put it out like the Church and the Sect, right?
Yeah, before Severin got a hold of them again.
Yeah.
Okay, so did everybody rate?
I give it a B+ overall. I gave Severin a B. Partner labels overall I gave a B+, but if I was just curating it really to specifically what I bought, there's not a single release that I was unhappy with. So I think I'd really have to give it like an A+ in that sense. But I feel like if I knew this issue was an A for me, I wouldn't have to think about it. I would just know. So I'll go with a B+.
You know what? I'm changing my rating to a B. I agree.
Oh, I'm giving it an A. Because I'm still happy with everything that they're putting out. And in terms of partner labels, losing Culture Shock was really bad, but getting Bleeding Skull and Magnolia or Magnet to me makes up for it.
And there's potential with IFC. Like IFC could totally, if they actually release the shit that is good in their catalog, like IFC could be one of the better partner labels.
I feel like it was a downer year for myself because losing Culture Shock was a huge thing. I agree with Tony. Like I had every release up to that point and loved that label. I'd watched actually every single one of them. And then Fun City Editions was another one that I was loving too because the films that were released on there were like right up my alley. I was loving the shit, man. And then they branched off.
What's crazy?
So that kind of sucked.
Cinematograph is now the more like expensive Fun City editions.
Yeah, pretty much. Except for the movies are not
with
even
more annoying packaging.
Who's the company that released Felidae?
Deaf Crocodile.
Deaf Crocodile.
And they left this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have that on pre-order right now.
Yeah, I want to pick that up. But I mean, I guess the cool thing about people leaving is like you can still buy them from them. Or
well, when we
Yeah.
reviewed that, I said, "Man, I want this fucking movie so bad." So when I saw the
we
preview come up,
said
I was
that.
like, "Oh fuck!" I pre-ordered that shit instantly, man. I was like,
I haven't
if I
watched it
made
yet, but I did pick out one of the. I did pick up one of the releases at Cinema Wasteland. So the packaging is really cool on it. It had a little ding, so it had a bunch of so it was discounted. But I think I am going to go ahead and buy Felidae. I do want to pick that one up.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a film that like when I was thinking about what's left that needs released, that was one of the titles that I was like high on that I wanted to see get a release. So that was really cool. And then another title, we literally were just talking about this. Arrow announced that they're doing House with
Laughing Windows. Yeah. So I was excited.
Yeah, so that's cool. It's great time to be a physical media collector. It's like insane the stuff that's coming out. But
also,
I mean, and that
Culture
preview...
Shock, they just put out the Assault of the Party Nerds 1 and 2 through TerrorVision.
Oh yeah.
So they're releasing their stuff through TerrorVision now?
Yeah, they're now a partner label of TerrorVision.
So TerrorVision is the new Vinegar Syndrome.
TerrorVision literally took the exact same model as Vinegar Syndrome and just ran with it.
Well, no, it makes sense because the dude that started up TerrorVision and stuff like that was the guy that used to work for fucking Vinegar Syndrome, right? So it actually does make a lot of fucking sense.
Titles and stuff, I think. So but yeah, I like TerrorVision a lot. I was telling these guys that like I'm probably gonna try to save up some money specifically to hit up the TerrorVision booth because I pretty much didn't buy anything from them lately. So anything that's like over the last couple months, I don't have.
Man, I fucking love TerrorVision.
Yeah, Wasteland is
like the shit that they're doing now is like the best thing. Like I'm getting Rumpelstiltskin probably tomorrow, like on fucking 4K. That's like the greatest shit ever.
I was gonna pre-order that, man, and then with shipping and everything, it was gonna cost me like $100, man.
Oh.
I'm like, there's just no fucking way. So I kept thinking, I'm like, they're obviously gonna put standards out. Hopefully at the next Wasteland, they'll actually have standards of it. I'll pick it up, but like Wasteland for me is like Severin and TerrorVision because you guys saw the stack I picked up. It was like a lot of Severin shit, a lot of fucking TerrorVision stuff because the shipping's just it's not appropriate for me. So if I can be there, I actually save money even with so those are the labels that I hit up there. So
I'm definitely
I feel that.
Well, TerrorVision, that was the first time they were there from my memory. So that was like cool because I always did the same thing as you. The Severin was the ones that I would hit up the most, but I'm gonna have to like now that I know TerrorVision's gonna be there because I think somebody told me they did confirm they were coming back.
Well, that and they actually have a decent deal, the 2 for 40
I hope
deal.
they keep that deal. Yeah,
right.
Hopefully they keep that deal.
Yeah, I bought like 4 things from them.
Yeah, I bought like 6, I think.
I bought a bunch too. Yeah,
but so I guess is that like the whole intro aspect of it?
I guess that was like that must be that's the longest intro we've ever. I mean, this is half the regular show that we do. Holy fuck. Okay,
maybe I underestimated, but I didn't think the top 10 would take us that long since we've probably talked about most of the movies.
Yeah, I don't think the top 10 is going to.
In fact, I think we've probably talked about. I bet you 95% of the movies that are on our list.
Right.
We'll do a count.
You think about how many movies we talk about each month. Like it's a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Well, with that said, that is the intro. Let's get into the. Oh, you know what? I actually did do a randomizer for the order. How are we going to do this? Are we doing Roundtree or are we just going to...
Well, I was going to ask you, are we doing honorable mentions first or last?
Probably last.
We'll do them last.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the outro, I think we'll talk maybe like what our worst reviewed film of the year was, like just a couple random things. We can just kind of snowball from there. So the order is Tony, Tyler, JP, then me. I get to anchor. That's what it came out to. So Tony, you are up. So we are doing Roundtree?
Yep.
All right, Tony, number 10.
We weren't supposed to like make predictions, right?
No.
No.
Okay, good, because I didn't do that shit.
No.
All right. Are we giving ratings after this? Or are we just being like, oh, this is my number
I
10?
didn't plan on it.
Because we already reviewed these movies, right?
Yeah, you don't have to give a rating.
No.
Okay, well, I'm not going to rate this one because I've already rated it. And I forget what I rated it. But my number 10 is The House Where Death Lives, a.k.a. Delusion.
I was hoping this was going to be on your list. Yeah.
That was actually a pick from you, right? Like that was one that you picked to review.
Yeah, so I reviewed this movie just because I am a slasher fan, and it was one that was never released on DVD. And as always, it looks really good. I really love like the atmospheric, like gothic feel of this movie. Like it's not your typical slasher because it was filmed in probably like the late 70s or 1980. So it's got like one foot in like the 70s gothic and then the other foot in slasher territory. So it's kind of interesting in that aspect. It is kind of slow. I remember I don't think the first kill happens for the first 40 minutes, but after that you get pretty much like a kill every 10 minutes. I thought it was a good mystery. I thought the weapon was really sweet. The table like that they used to like bash people's brains in. And I swear, and I might like die on this hill, but this movie might have the best dummy death I've ever seen in my life. You remember that, Moods?
Yeah.
Where that dude gets dumped out of the second story window and he just thuds on top of his head. It looks like a real fucking body.
Yeah, that's what I said, because I actually rewound it and I was like, that wasn't a dummy. Because I was like, oh, that's a great dummy death. I'm like, that was way too real. Props on them, man.
Right. If anything, that's probably just going to be something that lives with me forever. But the cast was really good. It's one of Joseph Cotton's last movies, which is really fucking interesting. And Patricia Piercy, who's the beautiful redhead from Squirm.
Yeah.
So like, I love the cast in this. It's got such a weird flavor in it too, because she's like a 30-something-year-old like nurse, but she's kind of lusting after like the 16-year-old son. So there's like this weird like pedophilia angle and shit too. Yeah, I just thought that this was a really sweet movie. It's not very exciting, but it is very atmospheric, and I don't know. I dug it.
Yeah, good pick.
Okay. What label was that, Tony?
That is a Vinegar Syndrome proper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I should probably mention the labels.
Yeah, I was looking for it on the master.
I actually
Why can't
highlighted
I
all
find
mine
it?
if they were different, just for that exact reason. Yeah.
Okay, 1 second.
So while he's doing that, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready now.
All right.
Okay, so my number 10 is a film that actually made my top 5 and hung on for dear life. And it comes from Bleeding Skull, and that is Blonde Death.
Nice.
This
You know,
movie
that is one of the only titles that I didn't pick up that I like regretted all year, because I didn't even know what it was. I think I bought like a ton of stuff the month that it came out, and then I heard everybody talking about it, saying that it was really good. So I'm kind of bummed I never actually picked that
Yeah,
up.
this one was
Talk about a number one release. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
coming out the fucking bang.
This one was like fate for me too, because I was because of work I had to pass basic right by the archive store in Connecticut. So I brought a stack of trade-ins, and while I was there, I got my credit, and I missed out on this one. I was going to buy it because everyone was hyping it up, and I just said, "Nah, I'm not going to do it." But they had like a copy left with the slip, and it was sold out on the website. So I said, "This is," and there was only one copy. So I kind of said, "This is fate. This is my second chance to pick up this movie." So I went ahead and picked it up, and I really loved it. This movie's awesome. It's like self-aware, goofy shot-on-video version of this movie, Badlands, by Terrence Malick. It's really fun. It's basically like one of those Bonnie and Clyde on the run type movies, but that turns into a road movie, and it's very similar to that movie by Terrence Malick. But this movie, it's got that super self-aware, dry, absurdist humor. It's got some stupid humor too, and to me, it's everything what a shot-on-video film should be. I might not be strike you as a shot-on-video type of guy, but I do like the way shot-on-video looks quite a bit, and it makes me nostalgic for that '90s video period. But this is a movie, a great movie to put on with some buddies while you're drinking or something one night. It's absolutely the perfect movie for that, and I had a ton of fun watching it. It's got some pretty good special features on it. I didn't watch them, but I'd probably be interested in those. So, yeah, I definitely want to highlight this movie because I think it's one most people would like. So, yeah, Bleeding Skulls, Blonde Death, number 10.
All right.
Wow.
The blonde in Blonde Death. Did you know that she's in another Vinegar Syndrome movie?
What movie?
Dark Room, the slasher that was produced by Nico Mastorakis or whatever.
Nice. Nice. I did not know that.
That movie's actually pretty fun.
All right. So my number 10, this is so the way that I did the films that I picked, I did like a combination. I didn't just pick like the 10 best movies I watched, right? Because I feel like that's a different
Yeah.
list. I weighted heavily on stuff that either didn't have like a release ever or some shitty DVD or something like that. Stuff that really got me excited for the collecting aspect, the release aspect of a film, and not
Same.
necessarily all about like how good or bad the movie is, but more how much I enjoyed the release, and the fact that it got released. So with that said, my number 10, I didn't know if it was actually going to make the list. We made a joke about it. And overall, I did decide to let it on the list, and that is Santa Claus Conquers the Martians and Other Holiday Hallucinations. This was a release that I actually talked about last
Wow.
episode.
So good.
And I just think that this, in terms of like the collecting aspect, what you're excited about, this is something that I'll probably watch yearly. Like I will pop this
Yeah.
disc in every year, watch the stupid Santa Claus versus the Martians movie, and then throw on the shorts and just let them play through. And
All
maybe
right.
pay attention, half pay
Right.
attention, whatever. But I think that that's overall like why I decided to include it is because I think this is actually one of the titles I will revisit most often, which helps that it's a Christmas movie because that's something you do every year, or at least I do. But overall, I think the concept of this release, I think Agfa nailed it, and what Agfa does is like exactly what this is. Like if you wanted to like recommend Agfa to somebody, say like this is the type of things they do, this is probably a good example of one of those things. The movie itself is like kind of bad, but it's fun. So yeah, that is my number 10, Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
Think that's one of those movies where the more you watch it, the more you're just gonna love it. Like you
Yeah.
just appreciate how when I was watching that film, I kept thinking to myself, going, somebody made this movie. This is so fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it's incredibly bad, but it has so much charm and so much heart. Like it's amazing.
Yeah, I know. That's and
And the actors
I
are
think that,
taking it so seriously.
Exactly. Yeah.
and I do think that like it's a cult film in terms of like it was on Mystery Science Theater 3000, like people know it from that. Probably a lot of people first seen it from that. I remember seeing it on that in the 90s when it was on the Sci-Fi Channel, which I didn't really get into MS3K that much. It was never really my thing, but it sometimes it was a way to watch movies that I would want to watch, even though like I would be more interested in the movie, and then I got these assholes like talking over it the whole
Yeah,
time.
it's fucking ruined that shit.
But some people love MST3K, but it's not really my thing. Uh, I think that release is gonna be one that I revisit a lot, and yeah, so that was my number 10.
All right, so flipping scripts here, man. My number 10 is a film that actually made my top 10 in 2024. And it is like the polar opposite of what JP was just talking about. And that is Black Eyed Susan. And this is on the VSP line. So Vinegar Syndrome Pictures line. This movie is fuck, man. It's just, I don't even know how to describe this. Like, it's so goddamn bleak in where it goes. It's ridiculous. So basically the premise of this movie is that we got this guy, our lead here. He takes his job. There's this company that's developing this like AI kind of like sex doll, right? And they've developed this technology where it's so fucking lifelike. Like it's basically a fuck doll. It's a real fuck doll. And the point of this doll is,
and the movie actually uses just a real woman.
Yeah.
So it's like, of course it looks damn real. You're using a actual woman.
yeah. So it's like a real woman. And so like her job in the film, her acting job is basically to be naked the entire film, take nothing but punishment. And I'm talking physical abuse and stuff. And that's part of the whole angle with this doll and stuff like that. So the guy that created this AI lifelike doll was hell-bent on creating this doll for people that need to take their aggression out on something rather than real people in life and stuff like that, and blah blah blah. You know, it was a way to, I mean, it's kind of like for lonely people and stuff like that. And so this guy kind of takes it, but he's very uncomfortable with the fact of like not only fucking this AI doll, but like beating the shit out of it, like any normal person would. Like if you're not somebody that's, you know, gets physical with the opposite sex, this would be a fucked up thing to do, really. Like, I mean, me personally, like watching this movie is probably one of the most uncomfortable things ever for somebody that's not a very physical person.
Well, that's what I said too. Like it was awkward.
Yeah.
Like I felt awkwardness for watching it. Like it was just like, and it was just me in the room. I was like,
and that was actually the point of the movie. I think a lot of reviews and a lot of people I heard talking about this film were they couldn't get into it because they were like, it was so awkward. It was so hard. It was so hard to watch because, you know, of what the content was. And I'm like, that's actually the point of it. It's actually the exact point. If it's making you feel awkward, that's actually the good thing about the film. No, I've heard a lot of people say like the acting was terrible in the film and, you know, this and that and stuff. And I think the acting was perfect because our main lead acts so awkward throughout the film and he reacts to everything like you probably would when you're in a situation where you're not fully on board with beating someone up when you're not into that type of thing. And I've heard people say, you know, the acting by the AI or the girl that plays the AI doll and stuff was bad. I'm like, it was a fucking artificial intelligence fucked up. Like, I mean, are you kidding me here? Good. I think she did really good too. But yeah, overall product, very awkward. It's almost disillusioned though too. And it's set in a reality, but it's not set in reality at the same time because it's like technology is so sci-fi based and it's so ridiculous. But the idea that it presents to the viewer is so, it's got this realism to it that you think about it the entire time you're watching it and being so enthralled by the awkwardness and like, where is this going and shit? And then the third act happens and then we get some other parts to reveals and it just, it turns so damn dark and bleak that I was actually physically ill to my stomach watching this film. I'm like, oh my God. But it was so fucking relevant to what is happening in the world, what's been happening, I should say, especially in North America. Scooter McCrae makes some really bleak shit, man, like some insanely bleak shit. I'm so happy he returned and made a film like this because there's so much more to offer here than people are giving it, you know, given the chance for. I highly recommend this movie. It's really amazing. I mean, the release is ridiculous for, I think all the VSP releases get these type of releases. They got these slip boxes and stuff. Is that how the other ones come?
Yeah.
I don't think Riddle of Fire is like that.
Okay. So, but I love this artwork so much. great. One of my favorite artworks of 2024. But I never thought that an actual modern film would make a list like this. But here we are talking about Black Eyed Susan. And yeah, so the title comes from the fact that the scientist has created this way where when you beat this AI fuck doll, it's so realistic that it actually can create black eyes and stuff. It's really messed up. It's really messed up. Great film. Black Eyed film. Or Black Eyed Susan.
Black-eyed film.
Black Eyed film right there. But yeah, that's my number 10. Great release. Tony.
All right. So my number 10 was on the regular VS line. It was, I believe, reviewed by JP. It is basically a Mexican Rambo version of Rituals, and that is Hell's Trap, aka Trampa Infernal, the last of the Galindo movies that needed to be released from the horror from the south of the border set, those old Crypt of Terror things.
Right.
I love backwoods horror. Like all that shit I love. Rituals, fucking Southern Comfort, Deliverance, I love all of it. And just having this Mexican version is really cool. I love the cast. You have the dude that was in the Vacation of Terror movies. The killer is really fucking sweet. He's just the dude that wears a mannequin mask and he has his weird Freddy knockoff glove. But then he also carries like an M16 like machine gun. And he'll just like mow your ass down without a moment's notice. It's just a really fun movie. The location's beautiful. The restoration looks great. The kills were good, and it's less than 80 minutes long, which I love. So yeah, I mean, just like what JP said, I'm like in my top 10, I'm gonna have movies that are more like important to me. The fact that they got a release and just the fact that they got a release is important. And yeah, so this is my number 9. And I'm glad I get to finally retire that Mexican set.
There you go.
All right. So number 9, yeah. I guess mine are a little different, where it's a combination of things, the amount I liked it, how unique I think the release is, like maybe the rarity, the importance of it, uh, overall presentation, and then special features was kind of a tiebreaker for me because a lot of these I can compare the special features and, or at least look at the ones I didn't, and that didn't necessarily penalize the film, but it did really work as a tiebreaker for placement or as a bonus in some cases. In that case, one of those cases was for this one. This is a film from Death Crocodile, so obviously no longer there, but you can still buy this film from them directly, and it's a film I reviewed, and it is Bubble Bath. So this movie, it didn't make. I don't think it would have made my top 5, even if I would have qualified it for at the time, because I know we were only picking movies that you could still buy on VS. But yeah, this is a movie that just it sat. I watched it pretty early in the year, and it's just sat really well with me. There's still a lot of like images I remember from it. I remember a lot of the songs from it. It's a Hungarian animation film. There's nothing like inappropriate in it except for every woman has a huge chest in this movie. It's definitely like a movie for adults. It's a movie really about transitioning into adulthood of using a day where this guy is trying to go cold on his wedding. But it's a film I really liked. It's a film I definitely watched again, and it sat well with me over the past year. But in addition to this, it had 6 short films from the same director, and most of them were kind of not very memorable. But one of them was really cool. It was really experimental. Used different types of animation, and I really liked it a lot. And I just had a really good time watching those special features, and it's something that makes this list stand out. I also just love the artwork on this. The animation's really unique. It's not really something you see in American or Japanese animation, which is probably what I've watched most of my life. But I really was sad to see Death Crocodile go. This might be my favorite film I've ever picked up from them. I haven't picked up more than maybe like 6 or 7. But yeah, highly recommend this movie, Bubble Bath, number 9 from Death Crocodile.
It sounds
All
like a porno. No, just the title, Bubble Bath. Come on.
Sounds kind of fruity with the title.
Yeah.
Oh, it's me. Okay. So going back to, I don't know what year it was, but it was at least probably 3 or 4 years ago. Probably even longer. We did an episode on 22 shots called Category 3. And at that time, I remember liking Category 3 movies, the ones that we had seen, like Ebola Syndrome and Untold Story. But I felt like there weren't really any other ones available. Like you had to watch them online or some like out of print DVD or something. Um, in that amount of time, we've seen so much stuff come out from that territory, and it's pretty awesome. And one of the films that I really enjoyed from Hong Kong is a Chinese torture chamber story. This was a title that was this a featured review?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I figured
feature.
this
We
one
did a
would
feature
be
on
with.
these two.
Yeah.
And it was a huge highlight, man, because this movie is wild. The first one is wild, like, and it just gets nuts. And the scene where they're fly fucking just stands out to me as just some absurd thing that I saw in some movie. Every time I talk about this movie, it's the first thing I think of. But I just love seeing things, especially from the 90s, right? Because the 90s is like everybody loves the classic 70s, and the 80s are the golden age for modern horror fans. And then you had a whole new wave of stuff in the 2000s. And of course there's fans of stuff in the 90s, like the big movies like The Faculty or something, you know. But and the amount of things that came out wasn't as big as the 80s or 2000s. It's the only time that I would say less horror movies came out in any time period instead of more. Because every new decade, it feels like more horror films come out. Except for the 90s, it seemed like there was less. So whenever you start digging deep into the barrel for 90s stuff, and you're still finding like gems, because this was what, 94, I think.
It was
Um,
94 and 98 for him.
yeah. So like, had any of you guys heard of this movie or seen anything about it before we
Nope.
watched
Nope.
it?
Never even
No,
heard of it.
No, it was brand new to me.
Right. So to me, that was such an exciting memory from this year, of the things we've done and the releases that came out, because whenever you can, all these years later, with thousands of releases from all over the eras, whenever you're still finding these little gems from a time period where everything has been such like dug through, and there's still so many more gems out there, that's what this stuff is all about for me. And I assume you guys too, you know, that's something that we love about Vinegar Syndrome and collecting, and other labels out there like Severin and all the labels that we love, is when we get really excited when we find something that we didn't know existed and it turns out to be like really dope. Um, so yeah, that's why I picked a Chinese torture chamber story 1 and 2. We did full reviews on them if you want to hear our thoughts on the film.
Yeah, it's I share your sentiments completely, actually. I never got into it why um I or how I made my list, but a lot of the films on my list are films that were not upgrades. They were new to the collection, or even films I didn't know about, that, these were releases. Like, that's the type of shit that I'm into. I want shit that I have never heard. I get we're all different. Like, some of us have seen a lot more films than other people and stuff like that, but like, some people are looking for upgrades, blah blah blah. But a lot of these films on my list were, shit that I'm just like, what the fuck? That's an amazing release. Like, it blew my
Yeah.
shitter out. Like, that's crazy. Or, if it did get an upgrade, or like a really, really good one, or whatever.
Yeah.
So on that note,
Yeah, I definitely put more weight on the stuff that, like, a film that we all love, Cemetery of Terror, that came out a few years ago, right?
yeah,
It was on that that DVD Spanish set or whatever, and that thing had been out of print since before I even started collecting.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Forever.
And so like to see like so I put heavy weight on like the restoration and saving of film when I'm making this list too. So yeah, it's more weighted towards stuff like that. I have the same type of list, I guess, Meds, is what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Black Eyed Susan for myself was a brand new film, but I mean, this is, that's kind of an exception. But on that note, I'm going to go back on my word here. This is actually an upgrade for myself, but the reason why this is here is because it's actually one of my all-time favorite movies, found footage movies.
Yeah,
and I've championed this movie for fucking ever. Like ever since it came out, I was always like, I love this movie. And I've said my piece on this so many damn times. And that, of course, is the Tunnel released by Umbrella.
You can't pick a movie you're in, bro.
So this is crazy, man, because like I never thought, I don't know what it was. I never thought this movie was going to get a Blu-ray release. I just don't know why. It just never seemed, knowing the history of this movie. And I'm really glad that Umbrella, an Australian company, because it's an Australian film, put this out. So that's really cool, man. I'm fucking super happy about this. If you don't know anything about The Tunnel, this is a very interesting and unique film on both sides of the spectrum. Not only is it a really good found footage movie made in a time where found footage was flooding the market and was kind of overwhelming people to the point where they were like, fuck found footage. It really was. It was at a time for myself where I was like, fuck found footage, because there's so many generic films coming out. It was kind of getting hard to find, the diamond in the rough at that point. I was fortunate enough to see this one when it came out and really I love this movie. And this is what I love about found footage. The Tunnel just accentuates everything I love about found footage. This movie feels so damn real to me. I've always said many, many times on, every show that I talk about found footage films, if the movie doesn't come off feeling real, it doesn't work for me. If it feels like the actors are over, acting or they're shitty, whatever, it doesn't work, because the point of found footage is to feel real, right? Now, the premise of this movie is basically about this, kind of documentary crew that they go down, investigative journalists or whatever you want to call them. They go down into the, into these abandoned train tunnels and stuff to find out the truth of what the government may or may not be doing. So the thing is, the government in Australia basically had this idea to take the water that was down there and do something with it, whatever, but they abandoned the whole idea. And it became this big issue within, in Australia. And so this crew kind of goes, what the fuck is going on with this shit? We need to go down into these tunnels and figure out what the fuck is going on. So the whole idea of the movie is it's done by this like investigative crew kind of documentary. But what sells this movie so well is the fact that the acting is so good, it feels like they're not acting. It comes off as being super real. Everyone comes off as being like super authentic. The way it's shot, there's really no flaws. And, like I've said, like a lot of times in found footage films, you'll find yourself watching a film going, where did that other camera come from? Why did it edit from this point? Because they lose the aspect of what found footage is, right?
Right.
So this movie to me just feels super authentic. Story-wise is amazing. I love the way they do the documentary type style, the investigative part, but everything just feels so damn real. It doesn't focus on doing ridiculous jump scares and stuff. It focuses on the story and the narrative and, the government conspiracies and the cover-ups and stuff like that. And fuck, man, the way they shot this. But the coolest thing about The Tunnel for myself is actually the story of how this movie was made. Now, we have two guys who produced this movie who had no experience in making movies. They just had an idea. They have a director, a very young director, did maybe a couple shorts and stuff like that. Actually, he did the movie Outside in 2024. That was kind of his big thing, to this day. I know JP's not the biggest fan of it, but I thought the movie was pretty cool. But anyways, so they have this idea. And you got to remember, this is way before crowdfunding. There was no such thing as crowdfunding in 2010 or whatever it was. And so they had this idea where they're like, okay, so you take a 90-minute movie, there's about 135,000 frames in a film. We sell each frame for $1 and we get $135,000 and we'll just fucking make this movie. But their promise was, instead of, releasing this movie to the masses, blah, 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 or whatever, they were going to give this movie back to the people that paid for this movie for free and then just release it on the internet for free. And this is where the whole thing is crazy, because people got wind of this and stuff, and like they're buying into like, you get an entire movie for $1 if you spend $1 on a frame. It's pretty cool. But this is in the time where BitTorrent was fucking huge, and they were like, fuck it, man. We'll just release it on there for free, because they're releasing it to the internet for free and stuff like that. There's a whole thing that happened with, eventually down the line, where Paramount actually wanted to like kind of distribute the DVD and stuff after the movie came out. And Paramount's name got dragged through the mud because they were saying that they were supporting BitTorrent and all this fucking piracy and stuff like that. So there's like this crazy story behind it. But anyways, the tunnel production wise is actually one of the coolest things, because there was no crowdfunding back in 2010 or whatever. This was their own idea, their own way of actually making a film and stuff like that. And it actually fucking worked. But the cool thing about it actually working is it turned out to be such a fantastic film. Super well acted. The effects in this are awesome. The story is fucking awesome. I think legitimately The Tunnel is one of the all-time best found footage movies ever made. And another really cool thing about this artwork right here, everyone's names that's on the artwork here are the people that supported this film. That's
cool.
And so what happened was, so after they made this movie and they had these offers from Paramount and like all these places to like distribute their movie and stuff like that, but they couldn't put it on the internet for free. So they said, fuck that. They weren't going back on their word to the people that, funded this film. They wanted to give it to them for free. They just took their chances. And it worked out really well. I think that's very noble of the producers and the directors and everybody involved with the film to hold on to their word and not take the money, which most people would have at that point, because the movie was doing well down the road, and, kind of run with it and stuff like that. They said, fuck that. No, we're still going to give it to the people for free and, kind of roll with that on the internet and stuff like that. And they just never held back. I think that's one of the most beautiful stories in indie filmmaking history, actually, is the story behind The Tunnel. It's fucking phenomenal. So not only is this movie one of my favorites, and I never even knew about that shit even back in the day, even when I reviewed that, because a lot of that information wasn't really out there. Just we knew about, the whole selling the frames and stuff like that. That was there. Pretty cool stuff. One of my favorite releases of the year. It comes with a full length documentary called The Other Side of the Darkness, which is obviously the documentary about the making of the film. And it gets into crazy detail about the movie, about the crowdfunding, which it was not called crowdfunding back in the day. And it really breaks everything down. It shows so much light about the cast and crew and how much like it makes you respect these guys so much, because these guys didn't have a fucking clue about filmmaking. They just had an idea and it worked. It's amazing. Like, this movie is not talked about enough in indie filmmaking. This is how you make indie films, right? This is how you make indie films. Yeah, really, really phenomenal documentary. So craziest thing about the fucking documentary, I'm sitting here watching, there's about 10, 15 minutes left in the documentary, and they start talking about how the fandom of the film has, really kind of elevated where it got to today and stuff like that. Because like I said, it was all an internet thing. And I'm watching, the documentary, and they show a clip of what's his name? Rambo for Life. Remember that guy, JP? Rambo for Life?
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody used to say that I wasn't as good as I wasn't, or what did they say? That I was like a knockoff Rambo Rap for Life or something.
Rambo Rap for Life. That's what his name is. Yeah.
I can't remember. Somebody used to say something about me, and like, I was like, dude, I'm nothing like Rambo Rap for Life. Like,
yeah,
this dude will review one movie for an hour and a half.
Literally an hour.
70 minutes.
Literally an hour.
So I mean, we do that, but
So
Like,
yeah, so they show a clip of Rambo Rope for like whatever his name is, and then they show a couple other clips, and all of a sudden they show a clip of me. I reviewed this film like 10 years ago. I'm like, what the fuck? And then they show like I was like, what the hell? This is crazy. It's like big moods with big stupid glasses and old setup and shit. I'm like, that's fucking crazy. And by the way, it looked better than even my video, so they must have did enhance the video or something. I don't know what the fuck they did to it, but so that was really crazy. I've never been involved. Obviously, I was in contact. I have no idea what the fuck that was even about. So obviously, my shit's just free, fair game or whatever. You can take my shit. Not a big deal. But I'm very honored that I was in this because it's a film that I actually feel very passionate about, and I've been championing this film forever and ever and ever.
mm-hmm.
But fuck me, man, the story behind this is so damn cool. I think it's super unique, and this is what I love about indie filmmaking. And this is really an example of how you can make an indie film from an idea work so damn well.
Yeah.
And
you
know,
that particular release there,
so
I
good.
was really hyped for that, and I did pick it up. Unfortunately, Penny Gold like got me stuck watching that movie for like 3 days. So I didn't get to the tunnel. I actually forgot about it until you said something about it the other day about you being in it. But
Couldn't
I
believe
had
it.
watched the tunnel recently, so I probably would have just wanted to check out the documentary.
Yeah.
But that is a release. I said this. I did a DVD update recording last night. I didn't upload it yet, but in the update, I kept saying how like we're finally starting to see like these films from the 2000s to like the early 10s getting like this like love and get cool releases, and they're I think it is time where I'm okay. They don't feel like so new to where I am, I don't buy a lot of like new stuff, but
Yeah.
stuff like End of Line and The Tunnel, and there was like 3 or 4 movies that were from that era that I listed off during that update that I was like, it's so cool seeing this stuff get released now.
Mhm.
Because I'm starting to get sort of nostalgic for that time period a little bit. Like the time period of The Tunnel, which we've reviewed that before. It's a great movie.
I was actually thinking that, JP, because like it's kind of funny because we've been doing the 22 shots for so long that it's actually getting nostalgic thinking back of when we started, and this is kind of the era of when we started.
Yeah, right. So that's why I'm like nostalgic for that. Like when I first found like YouTube and like got really into like the whole like the new stuff that was coming out and things, especially like the indie stuff. Like and Tom Horace Ball was always like a good guy for like championing like the indie releases, and it's kind of like his show was like one of the ways that I was able to like know what like good stuff is out there that's
Right.
like
Right.
not had big releases.
Right. Right. Um, but yeah, I still think this is, a lot of times there'll be like the story behind a film is a lot more interesting than the film. But in this case, the story behind the film is just as interesting as the movie itself. So it's like a full circle for myself. The Tunnel is, I mean, I can't say enough good things about it. And this release is fantastic. Big ups to Umbrella for finally giving this one the proper due, because people were really they were kind of sketched out on putting this thing out and stuff like that, just because of the whole history with the internet and BitTorrent and stuff like that. But I think we're way past that now. No one gives is BitTorrent even a fucking thing anymore? I don't even think so, but
I don't know.
I think barely.
Yeah. So, but awesome release. Thank you, Umbrella. Love it. One of my all-time favorites.
All right. My number 8 is another selection from AGFA. It is one that I reviewed earlier this year. It is The Last Slumber Party.
Nice.
Now, should this make anybody's top 10? No, of course not. But it makes mine. And why does it make mine? It's got terrible heavy metal music. It's got horrible kills. Like every kill is like a swipe of like a scalpel. And all you see is like a line of blood that doesn't bleed. every slit throat is horrible and like a half slit throat. And then the people, when they're getting their throat slit, just act like it's an inconvenience and not like they're about to die. The acting is horrible. There's not a single good actor in this entire movie. The plot is a complete ripoff of Halloween. There's nothing original about it whatsoever. But for me, the movie it just has that weird little B movie magic that you just can't fucking like it's just lightning in a bottle.
It has to happen
Like
organically. Like you can't make that
Yeah.
you can't intentionally go and try to have that magic. It
No.
just does or it doesn't. I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, it's just one of those happy little accidents. And I've always been a fan of this movie. And yeah, I can understand why people hate it. Obviously, it's terrible. But the commentary is actually really sweet by the director and the star of the movie. One thing that I love that AGFA put on this that I wish more people would do is a preservation of the VHS transfer. It's like, why not put
Yeah.
VHS transfers on fucking everything? You know what I
It's
mean?
like a bonus.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's
Yeah,
like
it doesn't
480p
really it's
standard.
an easy thing to do. Like it doesn't take a lot of resources to do that. And as long as you're not like overflowing the disc to where you don't have space for it, that's it. Yeah, that's a good. I never really thought to do that, but that's cool. That's a cool idea.
Yeah, there's a few like movies in my collection that have that. Like the 976 Evil Blu-ray. That's got the VHS transfer as
Does
a
it
special
really?
feature randomly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of like quality, like this actually looks really good because I would say like the bulk of it was shot on 16 millimeter, but then they had some like shot on video inserts. But yeah, it looks great. Way better than I thought it would ever look. But yeah, Last Summer Party, an essential slasher in my collection.
Nice. I really enjoyed that as well.
Yeah, it's fun slog, man. It's fun slog.
And I love how like in the commentary they show that the killer's name was Mr. Randall's because they don't like they don't say that in the movie or in the credits, but they're like, yeah, his name's Mr. Randall's.
That's awesome.
I'm like, there's a reason why you didn't put that in the credits. It's the worst fucking killer name ever.
Yeah,
Mr.
dude. Mr. Randall's.
Mr. Randall's.
Might have just been Mr. Rogers, man. Fuck. At least that would have been pretty awesome.
Tyler.
All right. My number 8 comes from Film Movement Classics. And this is actually an obscure film that they pulled out of the pile. And it is Luchino Visconti's The Innocents. I was pretty keen. This is a movie I kind of tanked on pretty hard if I was going to pick this up, but I really like the art on it. I like the color scheme. It's got the original Italian poster underneath it as well. But ultimately, I decided to pick this up because I've been very, very impressed with Luchino Visconti's work so far. This is my 4th film I've seen by him. He was an Italian filmmaker who worked through the 40s until his death in the 70s. And he was one of those filmmakers that was making good movies right from the start. And he did really well, really started to pick up in the 50s. But he's someone who I think is a little overshadowed because he doesn't have the most viewer-friendly movies. His movies are all very slow, rich, slow burns. Usually about some sort of, usually about class. He definitely had some bones to pick with bourgeois class. And this was the last film he made in 1976, and he actually died before it came out. And this film is kind of, I've heard of most of his films mentioned, but I've never heard this one mentioned. So I was very keen to pick this up. It also has my girl Jennifer O'Neill in this film, who, if you have heard me talk about her on 22 Shots, she's someone I haven't seen a ton of movies from, but I happen to like every movie she's in. And yeah,
He's in The Psychic, right?
she's in The Psychic. She's in Scanners, and she's in the reincarnation of Peter Proud. So she's just in all these like random little cult movies that I happen to like. In this film, it's about an aristocrat who's a huge chauvinist. He flaunts his mistress in front of his wife because he's just big dicks. He doesn't give a fuck. Jennifer O'Neill plays his mistress, And eventually, his wife says, "Fuck this guy," and she starts having her own affair. And once he suspects that, he starts to become interested in his wife again. And it's just this like real like dark slow burn drama that eventually leads to some really dark places and deadly consequences. It's a slow paced film, but his movies are very, very much about just sustaining a feeling and really slowly telling its stories through actions than telling you anything. This is actually the shortest film I've seen from him, and it still runs 130 minutes. So he was no stranger to long run times. Two of the four films I've seen him are over 3 hours. But yeah, it's a period piece, which is something I also like. He's very good in he's made mostly period pieces. Three of the four I've seen were period pieces, and he's very good at creating these authentic looking places, like decadent places, because usually the movies are about the bourgeois class or some type of government inequality. Those are the really he liked to swim in those themes, and he's very good at just filling up the screen and making and creating these striking images. And I really enjoy his work. I like this movie a lot. This movie left a pretty big impact. I was at it to the end, and it kind of left me with my jaw dropped on the floor. Like this movie really got that dark. Jennifer O'Neill does a great job in it. I doubt she's actually talking, but she speaks Italian in this movie. So she's still hitting out the park with me. It might even be her best role, but it's kind of hard to tell when she's not actually doing her own dialogue. But if that sort of thing sounds interesting to you, I would definitely recommend this movie. It's definitely not going to be a movie for everyone, but I enjoyed this quite a bit, and I thought it was really cool that they pulled this pretty obscure movie from this great well-regarded director out of the pile into a cool little release like this. So Luchino Visconti's The Innocents, number 8.
Very nice, very nice.
Hmm.
Okay. My number 8 is one that was a huge surprise for me. And again, I kind of weight that when coming up with this list as well. Like I put some emphasis on surprises, things that I just didn't hear about, know about, know, and had a great experience with. And that is Bloodbath at the House of Death, which is totally a film that would probably not be like the first thing I would reach for when picking up something because I tend to not love like comedies so much. Spoofy stuff sometimes works for me, sometimes it doesn't. But this one ended up being like such a blast, well written. It's an early sort of spoofy movie, sort of on like Amityville and stuff that came out at the time. What year was this anyway? Oh, 84. Yeah, I guess you have Student Bodies was like 80, so they were doing them. But I hadn't really heard anybody talk about this. I don't know if it had a previous release. Moods would probably be able to answer that. He's like the guy that knows about
I
it.
barely had any releases. That was the weird thing about that film is that it didn't even really even have a UK release, which is a UK film. So
Wow, yeah. And you know,
it actually became very obscure. It's weird.
it has Vincent Price, who is one
He's
of the
so
most
funny in this.
important names in
fuck.
horror.
So fucking funny in the movie.
I was dying at some of the stuff
Yeah.
they
Oh,
had
I
to say.
know, yeah. So having Vincent Price, you would think that the film might have more notoriety since, you know, pretty much everybody's like come through that dude's filmography, you know. So you would think you'd be able to sell a title that Vincent Price is in just on the fact that Vincent Price is in it. So must have been some rights tangled issues. I can't imagine nobody just ever asked for it. But I found it incredibly fun, very memorable. It was during that month of I think it was not September. September was the bad month. That was the month with Crow Britannia. But it came out in August, and that was a really good month for releases from Vinegar Syndrome. We also had Hell's Trap and Devil Times 5. And I remember that show specifically, we talked about how that was probably the best that we had done at the time in terms of like the titles. So yeah, Bloodbath and the House of Death. It's the covers represents the film pretty good. It's goofy, it's great. I loved it. And I usually don't go for stuff like that so much, but it was a nice surprise. It was actually funny. That was one of the most important aspects is the jokes are actually well written and are funny. So if you've never seen that movie, definitely worth a pickup. I think it's a bit of a gem.
Yeah, I feel like that movie definitely was inspired by American or North American cuisine because it actually has flavor. It's funny too, man. Being a UK film, man, it can be fucking pretty boring, pretty fucking flavorless. But that one is, you're right though, like super well written, very very clever. If you actually watch some of the special features on that shit, it's pretty crazy because like the one actress that was in the film, like the shit that she was doing in that movie, they actually didn't even script like her accent and all that stuff. And turns out she was actually pregnant and stuff like. But yeah, I think I reviewed that one. But anyways, really good film. Good choice. Good choice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I was hoping that was going to make someone's. But okay, so
I
my
figured
number.
that would make a list.
What am I on here? What are we on? Number 8?
8. Yep.
Okay, so number 8 for myself is a film that I will not say is a great film, but it's definitely one of the highlights of the year for myself because this shit was like, you just got to see this, man. This is why I love to collect, and I want these in my collection, and that's Herencia Diabolical.
Hell yeah.
The Mexican Chucky movie. It's basically about this like killer Chucky type character and knocking out people. This is like an anomaly, man. Like I don't know what is so appealing about this movie, but it's appealing as shit. You know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't have the greatest kills. It's not like great. I mean, it's just like a straight rip off of Child's Play, really.
It's got that magic.
But it does. It has that charm to it, and you can't stop watching. Like I had so much fun with this. I even said to myself after, I was like, I can't wait to rewatch this. I'm gonna like this is one of those films like it's like a late night type thing where you throw on and you just like enjoy the ridiculousness of this. Super fun release, awesome. Like this is the guys are hitting it out the fucking park. You know what I mean? Like this is exactly what I want from them, and we got one of the greatest releases of the year because it was something that I really didn't know about. Obviously no upgrades, new to collection and on hit. This is fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Really good stuff. Really bizarre. It's like a really, really bizarre film too.
Mm-hmm.
Has probably the slowest chase scene in movie history.
Oh, dude, the slow mo.
She's like falling over herself and he just like slowly creeping towards her for like 15 minutes.
The movie has so much charm when it has that much slow-mo in a film. And I've talked about this many, many times in podcasts about how much I don't like slow-mo when it's overused in films. And I feel like shot on video films, which is not a shot on video, but like shot on video is notorious for expanding the time from slow-mo, right? They'll just expand it. It'll go on forever and ever.
Sledgehammer.
And ever. Sledgehammer is just criminal for that. And I always shit on slow-mo. I'm like, you don't need to fucking do that. Just cut your film down. But it works in this one. It really does.
It does work. That chase scene is like captivating somehow, but it really is.
Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff.
All right. So my number 7 is a movie we've talked about a lot. It was a featured review, and it is from Shudder. It is The Sadness.
Yo.
Which is probably in my top 5 movies of the decade so far. I fucking love this movie. It's a 10 out of 10. The gore is just unbelievable. It is relentless. The businessman in this movie, to me, is iconic. He kind of reminds me of like Freddy Krueger from the first Nightmare on Elm Street. Like the way he's chasing, what's her name, Kat, throughout the entire movie. He's scary. He's got the weird sexual tendencies. Like he does his little tongue flick and he's just really about that. Like gives you that weird uneasiness plus the fear in that. What else do I want to talk about? I do appreciate that this movie doesn't skimp on the baby gore. You see like
Right.
the
Right.
dead babies and like the bins, and then like the pile of meat and like the stroller that was like walking by. It's fucking disgusting. Um, Probably the last thing I'll say is like I love the dialogue in this movie and how just fucking depraved and disgusting it was. Like when the one lead Jim was saving that one dude who was getting pulverized by the baseball team, and then he just looks up to him with his like disgusting like face, and he's like, "Why'd you tell them to stop? I was about to shoot my load."
Ugh.
Just like the lines like that, you're just like, Jesus. It's the most perverted, disgusted like movie I've seen in like so long, but I just love everything about it.
But the idea behind the film, I think the dialogue is absolutely perfect for it because it has to be that depraved, right? Giving what
Hmm.
is causing these people to, to be what they are and stuff like that. So the dialogue really accentuates it. I remember when this movie first came out, people were like, "Oh my God," like it almost seemed like people were offended by, the words that were being used. Like it could be offensive to people, but they're kind of missing the point of what the, the
They
violence
weren't, they
was
couldn't,
causing.
yeah, they can't control themselves
That's the thing. It was causing these
and they're
people to be
crying.
like hypersexual fucking, deviants and, hyper rapey and blah, blah, blah. And, um, yeah, I think it's very well done in that aspect, man. But you're right. The,
Mhm.
the gore is relentless, man. The dialogue is perfect for the narrative. It's great. It's a perfect movie, man. I agree. And
Nice.
actually one of my favorites, man, one of my favorites the last few years too. Yeah. I mean, it was my number one of a couple years ago when it came out.
And honestly, it just gets better with every watch.
Yeah, it really
The
does.
the the special features are interesting too, because they do a lot of like the behind the scenes stuff. Like the one I found the most interesting was the behind the scenes feature on the subway scene. That was completely shot on a set. Like that wasn't a real subway or
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
And it looks so good.
Could you imagine shooting that scene on a real subway though? Like, because there's actually a scene, like actually speaking of subway scenes in the tunnel, there's a scene towards the end of the film where, characters kind of emerge from the tunnel system and they shot that in a real, train system. And they actually waited for people. They had everything all set up, ready to go. They waited for people to come out, for the train to stop and come out of there to get the reactions and stuff. They actually did that on purpose. So
That's
in the
awesome.
special feature, they actually wait for it and then they shoot and all that acting thing. And people were like, but they had to, they had people kind of guiding, like, you can't step into the scene. But everyone's reactions were real and shit. It was kind of crazy. Fucking cool stuff, man. The tunnel rocks. So good.
Sad I didn't get to that. I'm definitely gonna buy that like immediately when I have the chance.
You've seen it before, though, right?
No, I've
You've,
never seen it.
you've
Oh,
never
I've
seen
never
the
seen it.
tunnel?
I've
Holy
never seen
shit.
it. Yeah,
Oh,
huge
man.
blind spot.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it is a huge blind. I mean, most people are like, the tunnel, who cares? Like, but I feel like for how
For
much I
me, it
love that
is.
film, yeah, it's a big
I'm
blind
a
spot.
huge found footage fan, and that's a blind spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you love found footage, I feel like that's one that needs to be viewed. You got to see that. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's how you do found footage. It's really good. It's really well done. So, Tyler.
Right, number seven. It's a film that I reviewed and we really just talked about, and that is Looking for Mr. Goodbar from Vinegar Syndrome's
I
Main
knew it.
Line. Yeah, yeah, this is a pretty easy pick for me. You could call it recency bias, but this is one of the standout films I've seen so far. I like the presentation, like I had said. You got this end of it too. And this was a movie I had mentioned in the review that I had known about for a while, and I was waiting for this to get a physical somewhere. And for a long time, there was a rumor that Vinegar Syndrome was going to put out on a physical, and we finally got it on 4K. So I'm really happy about that. Great release in that regard. I wish we got a little bit more from the special features. That kind of was a tiebreaker for me in the replacement. In the placement, one of the interviews was kind of cool, but the other two that were on there were lacking. And for a release like this, I just guess I wanted something a little bit more. But if you want to hear what we have to say about this movie, just check out the last episode if you haven't. We're Mr. Goodbar, number seven.
Nice. I think this might be son of a bitch. This might be the first repeat that we've had.
I was
Um,
curious if you were going to have any.
yeah, so first repeat, that is Hell's Trap,
Hell
which was
yeah.
a title that I picked a few months ago, and I it was part of that really good month that everything was good. Um, it's pretty much like one of the things I look forward to the most is like what kind of slashers are they gonna dig up this year? Vinegar Syndrome, that is. And this is also another actual Vinegar Syndrome proper release. I think three out of the four of mine have been. Um, but yeah, this one, it's crazy. You got like this Mexican Freddy ripoff thing. It's like Rambo like. It's just it's an insane movie, a lot of fun. Um, Definitely worth picking up, just for the oddity factor of it.
I agree. I agree.
Mhm.
Um, I just realized that so far all my releases are on different labels or sub labels. So VSP,
Oh yeah, mine too.
Umbrella, and the Geyser. So going into my number, what is this, six?
Yep, 7.
Seven.
Seven.
Is actually, straight up Vinegar Syndrome. And that is Blood Tracks. Now, this technically is an upgrade for myself, but like I had like an old Italian DVD, but this is something that I wanted, in the proper aspect ratio, uncut, which I feel like that might have been back in the day. But anyways, Blood Tracks. I mean, my favorite subgenre of horror is slasher films, right? So anytime we're gonna get shit like this on a great release, sign me up. Sign me up. Blood Tracks just hits all the points for me, man. It's one of those films that I love the setting. It's got that winter setting. But what really makes this film stand out for me is how ridiculous the body count is. Like it's fucking crazy, man. Like this movie has like at least 20 on-screen kills. And you would think for the most part they would just like kind of like boring, kind of like neck slashes and like blah, blah, blah. No, they get pretty damn creative with the kills and it goes pretty fucking nuts throughout the whole film. I talked about this, reviewed it. It's basically The Hills Have Eyes in the snow. But
Wrong turn 4.
wrong
The
turn
slo-
4.
I
Yeah.
think Tyler coined the slopes have eyes.
The slopes have,
yeah,
someone actually
that
commented
was that was perfect.
that's actually really fucking clever, man. It's actually exactly what it is. The slopes have eyes. Good shit though, man. It really, really fun. I mean, obviously using, the real band in the film was fucking awesome. Music's great. But the overall release of this is fantastic. It looks great. It sounds good. It's got really good special features. It's just a great release. If you're into, the overall product of, a release and a fun time with the actual movie, Blood Tracks is where it's at because, like I said, there's a couple hours of straight up interviews, which the stories, they conflict each other a little bit at times, but it's still damn fun. It's still damn fun.
I
But
feel like that's all like almost every release that they put out.
but the problem is though with when you're doing interviews with people that were involved with the film for such a minimal time, 30, 40 years ago, they remember shit different. We're human. We all do the same thing, right? We all remember things differently. And it just kind of comes down to the interpretation of the viewer. It's like, well, I mean, that seems a little bit more like how it could be or whatever. It's all kind of similar, but there's variations of the story. It is what it is. But really cool stuff. Check out the full review on Blood Tracks because there's a lot of interesting stuff. I think one of the most interesting things is like the whole production crew on this was actually from jail because the director went to jail and he picked up all these guys from jail and the guy that was doing the special
That
effects
effects story. That story you told us about that is fucking insane. Unbelievable.
Dude, I know, man. This guy, like, why doesn't he talk? Well, it's because he axed his wife up for real.
Good lord.
Crazy shit. Blood Tracks. Great Swedish film.
Okay. My number six is from the DeGazer line. It's my first from that line. It is a movie that we completely filleted probably 2 weeks ago. It
Yep.
is Cannibal the Musical,
It's like this is my pick for making a bunch of lists.
right, by Trey Parker. This movie is amazing. It's got amazing songs. My favorite probably being When I Was on Top of You about his horse. To me, that's just like the funniest fucking thing. It's just classic Trey Parker ballad. It's just that Let's
Oh
Build a
man.
Snowman is also probably my other favorite song.
How much
Just
funnier is that song knowing that it's about it's an allegory for the woman that left him?
yes, it's so fucking funny. But yeah, the gore is good. And one thing they were smart about was outsourcing the gore. It's like the one thing that they didn't do themselves in this movie, which is really smart.
Right.
But yeah, just Trey Parker, he's just a fucking genius. Like the guy is funny without even trying. And this release is just perfect. Like the art's amazing, the book's great. It's got literally every single feature that was on the old Troma DVD, so you can basically just throw that in the fucking trash. And then they got the new documentary on top of it. Like this right here is just an essential release.
That documentary is like a 10 out of 10 for special feature documentaries.
Nice.
Tyler.
Oh yeah, that is me next. All
Hmm.
right. I got one coming from Vinegar Syndrome's line again. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is not from Vinegar Syndrome's main line. This is from VSU. It's a movie we did a main review of, and that is Walter Hill's Southern Comfort. I really just love this movie. It's not the craziest upgrade, but I think this looks fantastic. It was a first time watch for me when we did it, and it ended up making my top 50 favorite first time watches of the year. Blonde Death also made that list. And this is just a really fantastic release. It looks beautiful. I love the hard box on this one. Got nice slipcover, and the art on the back is the thing in there, but it comes with a booklet. This is one where I read through the booklet for the show, I remember, and I did watch all the special features, and they weren't like the craziest special features, but there were some good special features on here where I felt satisfied, like I got something out of them as well. So, like I said, it's not the craziest release, but I'm a big Walter Hill fan, and this was a great release for me. This is a movie I'll definitely watch again. I had a really fucking good time with this release overall, and special features were worthwhile. So, VSU Southern Comfort, number six.
Sweet.
Good job, Tyler.
All right. I believe this is the first box set. I don't know if it'll be the only one. And that is the Forgotten Gialli Volume 7, which I think I was the guy that liked these movies the most out of all of us.
For sure.
Yeah.
You definitely like those the most out of all of us. For
I
sure.
loved Obsession, A Taste of For Fear. That was like such a fun watch for
I
me.
swear that was my least favorite one out of the box set.
And
Is
it
that
was
the artsy one?
yeah, like
Yeah, like the
futuristic
music video looking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one with the Kuru shots.
Yeah, I really love that movie. And the other two, Mystery was probably Mystere or whatever was probably my least favorite. But
Which was my favorite one.
yeah, I thought that it was such an interesting idea to do like later giallos, and I can see why they're sort of probably ending the line soon because they qualify as giallos, but it's like stretching a little bit for some of them.
Yeah, all three of these were quite a
Did they announce that
There's still
that's
over
it for this year?
100 Gialli that need released. They don't have to end that
Right.
line for a long time.
If they can get the rights to some of those other,
Yeah,
there's still a
guess,
few.
but
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought that they were saying that there was going to be one more volume or two more volumes. I can't remember. I feel like you have to at least go to 10 at this point, right? You're on 7.
I mean, I'm cool with 10.
Yeah.
And
They should just
They
not
could
stop.
keep yeah, I mean, I'd be fine with that too, but yeah, so I love the artwork on this set as well. All of them have great artwork, but this one I thought fit it really well.
Yeah, she's so fucking beautiful, man. I love her.
And
Mystère.
I'm typically not like I'm probably the least biggest fan of giallos on the show right now. I would say that you three like them more than me. Love Italian
Possible.
horror. Love a lot of it giallos, but when I talk Italian horror, the giallos are usually my least favorite of the
Oh
of the
yeah, that's my lead.
so yeah, this was a big surprise for me. I guess I just didn't expect to like them as much as I did. And yeah, these are three really good ones in my opinion. So that, yep,
Cool,
that's
man. All right, so what are we on? 6? I can't keep track of fucking
Yeah,
numbers.
we're on 6.
Number 6. All right, so yeah, what was super popular in the 80s? Fucking Freddy. So we get Hell's Bomb.
nice. A three-peat,
Hell
yo.
yeah. Fuck yeah.
Nice.
This is exactly what I live for, man. Like shit like this, man. Crazy, awesome, fun slasher films that are just super obscure, getting these awesome releases. It was fun, man. Good kills. I mean, the killer was cool. Like, I mean, really, look, what is it? Is it Mexican?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's Mexican. Shit, man. I think pretty much all my movies are, that's actually the second Mexican film. I think pretty much all foreign. That's actually not intended. But again, if you're gonna release these obscure, super fun slasher films, I'm all over them. Awesome stuff. Hell's Trap. Fuck.
Nice.
And one of the best of the year.
For sure. That was like the one I wanted most from that box set, and of course it came out fucking last. All right, so my number 5 is from Vinegar Syndrome proper, and it is a repeat. It is none other than Blood Tracks.
Nice.
Yeah. So just like you, Moose, this movie is pretty much just like a revelation of an upgrade. Like the fact that it was shot in scope was a surprise. Like
Yeah.
the fact that half the screen was cut off was just amazing. The fact that you could see the dark factory scenes in perfect clarity now is just a nice luxury to have. The body count's amazing. Nudity is like over the fucking top in this movie, which I love. Um, I love the metal, like the easy action band. I love the music in it. And the only thing I want is just more of that. And that's pretty much the only thing that I can say that I don't like about the movie is that I didn't have enough heavy metal in it.
You know what's kind of fucked up, man? I think they said in the special features that like the song, the title song Blood Tracks, you can't even there's no actual recording of it without
The
the
movie.
the dialogue in the movie in it. So I
That's
don't
rough.
know
And
where
that's
the actual recording went because they recorded that song pretty much on set. Like they kind of did it like as they went. They wrote that like
Mhm.
kind of on the point. So the song got used in there, and then of course it got mixed with the people talking and sound effects and stuff like that. What the fuck happened to the action? Because they had to record the song. What happened to the
Mhm.
tape of that?
Right. They had the dudes like on the special features like reminiscing about it. It's like, why didn't y'all ask him about the fucking music?
Yeah, dude, like it's fucked up. Like it kind of pisses because the actual song Blood Tracks is fucking awesome. Like, I
Yeah, it
love that track.
rocks.
It's fucking awesome, man. It's great. Yeah, it's kind of a
Heavy
shame.
metal horror, one of my favorite subgenres.
Yeah.
All right. My number 5 is also a film from VS Proper, and it's a film we also just reviewed and talked about, but not on the sin bin on 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, and that was The Tenant.
Nice.
Again, not the craziest upgrade because this film was accessible, but I've seen this movie enough times where I've gone from to watching dirt, looking like dirt, and to a very pristine looking 4K. Not the craziest release, but it is up to the quality they usually do. This wins the packaging award for the year, and open it up and then
Yeah, I agree.
letting them fall out. That's really that's part of what carries it. And I haven't watched any of the special features yet, but I did take a look when I was making my list when I was deciding where I want to place this movie. And this has a shitload of special features, and it looks like a lot of them are new, including from Polanski himself. So I'm definitely gonna check those out, especially after our conversation. And kind of this show almost revitalizing my interest in special features a little bit. This is definitely the next time I'm cleaning or something. This will probably be what I throw on and listen to in the background. Uh,
Nice.
But yeah, really great release. Really happy. I'm a big fan of this movie. Really happy to have it in the Ultimate Edition now in a nice displayable fashion. So
Yeah, that's like every once in a while you get these like final form editions, right? And like that is a movie right there that there will never be another need to buy like another
yeah,
version of that movie. Like that's the ultimate
Yeah.
finished final form of this movie. And you know, so I think that I did own the Scream Factory sealed on the shelf, so that kind of sucks.
I
But
watched my Scream Factory.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did buy that and watch it.
I actually watched mine. I watched mine.
Wait, did you
Yeah.
watch your Scream Factory for you guys' review the other week?
No, I watched my. I watched
Okay.
that.
No, I watched
That's
that.
how it was
I
awesome.
watched
I got to kill two birds with one stone, where I could prep for this and that.
Yeah, that's not. I love killing two birds.
No, I was stoked.
Yeah.
I was
Ironically,
I
I will
stoked.
probably trade my Scream Factory one into the archive store next time I'm there.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure, like when we did the '76 show, was the Scream Factory Blu-ray
It
out
was
at that
not
time?
out. It was.
It
not
was.
out
So I
at that
watched my
time.
DVD
No.
then. So I still
Yeah,
have my
because that
DVD.
was
of
when
that,
I
yeah.
first watched it, and I had to stream. I had to rent it somewhere, and I was like, "This movie looks like shit."
So I watched my DVD, and it still was my number one of '76. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, it was probably the same transfer I watched the
Crazy.
first time I watched it, and it looks like hot garbage compared to now.
Yeah. JP.
Oh, it's me. Okay. Next up is a movie that I didn't realize I loved as much as I did. Um, and that is Devil Times Five. This really hit when we reviewed it as the main review. It's just great 70s horror. Killer kids. It's way sleazier than you would ever think it would be. Um, there was some of that weird like backstory that we were talking about with
With the like where they're
Dragging
like,
the
all their
naked
kids.
mom
yeah,
and all that other shit in the snow. Fucking Leaf Garrett's naked ass mom.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
because two of the kids are like the mom in the film is those are her real kids.
Yeah,
Like some of those scenes
Yeah.
are pretty awkward. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
It
yeah,
is
but
fucking weird.
this one just in terms of like one of the like out of the movies that we watch, it's actually like probably one of my favorite movies that we watched in terms of like quality. So did it what this had a release before? Well, did it have a Blu-ray before?
Code Red.
Yeah, Code Red.
Code Red?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I knew it did, but it was like out of print or something. But
It had a funny misspelling on the front cover.
I never grabbed the Blu-ray. I only had the DVD of it. So the Code Red DVD.
But yeah, it was definitely one of my favorite watches of the year.
Good stuff.
Reviews, yeah. So
I'm actually quite surprised
Double
it's on
Times
your
Five.
list. I don't know why. I'm just surprised by that one, but yeah. Another repeat here, coming in at my number 5, which I mean, this is here because the first film in this set was fucking ridiculously batshit insane, and that's Chinese Torture Chamber.
yeah,
Story.
like the second movie is not nowhere near as like insane, but it's a nice bonus.
Yeah,
it's like
it's
a
a nice
bonus
throw-in.
feature.
It feels like a bonus feature. The problem with the second film, like we talked about, at least for myself, was just the tonal switch, man. The tonal switch just didn't work for me.
They couldn't release the second movie by itself.
No.
It had to go with the first one.
It absolutely had to. But JP talked about the one thing you always remember, if you watch this film once, you're never going to forget the Shaw Brothers fuck me scene. Like they're flying around in the woods and fuck, it's just ridiculous. It's Shaw Brothers with not hardcore sex, but sex. Pretty fun stuff. But the whole premise of this film is batshit, and I love the construction of it, how it's told pretty much like in kind of, you know, flashbacks and stuff, and then it all makes sense. It's good. It's crazy. I had one person tell me that they didn't check this out because they thought it was like a torture porn type film. I'm like, it's not torture porn at all. This is not torture porn. If your idea of torture porn is one thing, it's not that. It's
I mean,
not that.
there's
So-
torture stuff in it. It's just not like the point of the movie.
No, it's not the point of the movie at all. It's not the point. So Phenomenal release. I was so happy to love this shit because I'd never heard of this before, and yeah, phenomenal. Great fucking release for myself.
Nice.
And it's essential that you watch the dub if you haven't watched it, because the English dub on the first movie is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, wasn't it us that watched the dub and then Moods watched the regular?
Yeah, I watched the regular.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the dub. There's no way I would have watched the regular. I'm like, hell yeah.
Well, the first movie was serious as hell. Like the second one, I could see why thrown on the dub because the second one's actually goofy.
That's
like,
just part
I
of
mean,
it.
dude,
That's
goofy.
part of
flying
the
sex,
admission
it's
for
hard
me.
to sell flying sex is not goofy a little bit.
But I should have
wanted a
turned it
dub
over
so
to the
bad on
dub.
part
So,
two.
Yeah, I'm kind of just a dubs person with those movies in general. Like, I'm a little disappointed when the dub's not there.
I mean, like I said, man, if the movie's meant to be serious, I'm gonna watch it with the regular audio. But I don't know.
It's great to have both options just
Yeah.
for different ways of viewing film. You know what I mean? Like we were
Mhm.
talking earlier about how like a dub completely can just change an entire movie.
Yeah.
I think the next time I watch it, I will watch it with the dub because you guys, had a blast with it. So it's got to
Oh
be
yeah,
fun.
you'll
It's
laugh
fun,
your ass off.
Mhm.
right? Yeah.
I found the old Devil Times 5 spelling error. It's like at the top, Village of the Damned.
Oh yeah, right. I remember that.
What an idiot.
Dude, that was typical Bill at the time, man.
Right.
No fucking. I mean, you think Scream Factory is bad? That's horrible.
The fucking pull quote right at the very top.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
at least the Scream Factory goof up is on the spine where it's kind of hard to see.
Actually, the ninth coin figuration, that's also like unforgivable.
Yeah,
But
I'm
that's,
glad that
that's a good
exists.
one.
It is, but like, it's at least a little harder to see.
Right. It wasn't a pull quote, it's the actual title they
Yeah,
fucked up.
like, there's
Right.
no way like somebody didn't look at that.
All right. So number 4 has not been talked about. It is a Vinegar Syndrome proper, and it is, I think, 1989, maybe. It is Witch Story. This is honestly probably one of the bigger surprises for me this year because I had heard of it before under the title Superstition Part 2. And I've always wanted to see it just because it was marketed as that.
Right.
So thank God this like fucking 4K came out because it looks insane. Like the late 80s was perfect for like neon lights, pastel like clothing and shit like that. So there's just all the colors were popping. The fucking pool looked amazing. The kills were great. Like the part where the one chick like kicked the dude out the top or the second story window into the pool and then killed him with the chainsaw is like a 10 out of 10 kill for me. It was just amazing. The cast was great. My favorite was probably the token fat guy because I love a token fat guy in movies. Um, the 80s pop soundtrack I thought was a big surprise. Like movies of that caliber, especially like obscure movies like that, you wouldn't expect to have like a legit soundtrack, but like with this movie had like legit pop songs that were made for the movie and everything, and it just elevated it to a new level. Um, let's see. One more thing. I just want to talk about the packaging itself and how like this slipcover on the inside just has this like really awesome like bold art.
hmm
I just really love that the chainsaw death and then this it just looks like a just like really classic art. But yeah, like Witch Story. It's a late 80s Italian movie, and when you get late 80s Italian, you want fun and nonsensical bullshit, and that's exactly what this movie is.
All right.
Great choice.
Number 4 comes from Film Movement Classics. And it is a movie I absolutely
Hunter's got the most unique list ever. Like
How
no
many-
one has
how many
any
is that?
shits.
That's only
Is that
two.
like the third?
No, it's only 2.
Okay.
I literally expected Tyler to come with a list of 10 movies none of us watched.
This is a movie I absolutely glazed back on episode 5. So if you want to hear that, just go listen to episode 5 if you haven't already. And of course, that is all about Willie Choo Choo. One of my absolute favorite first time watches last year. I would say top 5 best movies I watched the first time last year. I believe this is my number 6 favorite watch for the first time last year. Number 1 was an anime series, so really number 5 movie. But yeah, this movie just blew me away. It was an insanely unique movie. I would just if you want to hear me talk about this, we just go listen to that episode. But yeah, it blew me away. I think this movie's an absolute masterpiece. This was a cult movie that I knew about peripherally, well, never fully exactly what it was about, but I'd heard of it before. So this really was also a cool release for this. Didn't have a nice edition like this. It probably had some old DVD, but it was not a movie a ton of people have seen. And I know a lot of people that have now seen this movie because of this release. You can still buy it from them, but the slipcovers are sold out. So I guess that means a number of people will never buy the movie since
Pass.
this is gone.
Fucking pass.
Can't have that on the shelf. But yeah, All About Lily Choo Choo, phenomenal film. I cannot recommend it enough.
Would all three of us love it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Who do you think out of the three of us would like it the most?
JP.
Really?
Yeah.
This is a competition. Now we all have to watch it, and we'll find out who liked it the most.
I'm kind of offended that you said JP.
Yeah, I'm offended too, man. I would like that shit the most, motherfucker. Who do you think I am?
So that's why
Tyler does know me a little bit. I do love the disaffected youth shit.
Yeah,
you gave that a 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, he liked that one, man.
I would love to like hear Tyler give a 10 to a movie and be like, shit, I definitely got to see this. But like, I can't because he loves shit like The Cremator, so it muddies the water.
Oh, come on, man. Fuck. Don't throw Redman into this fucking mix, dude.
I love that you're
Don't throw Redman into it.
I love that you're only singling out Tyler and that's it on The Cremator.
We all love The Cremator, but you.
I think it's because he's the one that made us watch it, right? Didn't you?
No.
Didn't you?
No, I didn't do that. I didn't even know it was
a great movie, man. It's a great movie.
Honestly, when you did that review, I probably heard that review and said, I'm never watching this shit.
I liked it so much, I actually bought the Criterion after. I actually have the Criterion.
I didn't even like it the first time I watched it, and the second
I thought it was great.
It blew my asshole out, and I just like stared at the screen for like 15 minutes afterwards. I'm amazed with what I just saw.
It's one of those. You stared at the screen because you were sleeping.
It's one of those.
The first time I kind of was.
It's one of those movies where I feel like I can't comprehend everything that's being told in the movie because I just don't understand the politics.
Every time I watch it, I see more things about it that I either think are funny or amazing, or.
But that's what I find intriguing about it because I'm trying to figure it out and like I'm trying to do like research and stuff. I find it intriguing because I know there's more that meets the eye that I know. Right,
is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn.
It is your fucking turn. This guy.
On to like some high quality art instead of that garbage. We have Cannibal the Musical.
Right. Yeah, high quality art.
So okay, there it is. Cannibal the Musical is a movie that I never seen, wasn't overly interested in. We reviewed it on the podcast. I skipped that episode because I got sick or something.
He skipped the episode because he didn't want to do musicals, man.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with that. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think I skipped it because of that, but
I don't know.
This was a film that they talked about on there, and I think you guys put fucking Rocky Horror in a Hall of Fame or something, and not this shit.
I didn't do that.
There's no way.
It takes 3 people, man. It takes 3 people.
I think it might have been. I don't know.
Rocky Horror never made the Hall of Fame.
No, it didn't. Okay. No. So yeah, Cannibal the Musical. I mean, dude, this movie is just hilarious. And if you're a South Park fan, I think most people that probably share a common audience with us are South Park fans. You know, it's so interesting to see like the precursor to South Park. And I know there were other things too, like the, Christmas short and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But just like the humor, the tone, the musical numbers, it's all so similar to South Park that it makes you smile, especially some of the voices. You're just like, oh, that's totally from South Park. That so but the songs were actually really funny and well written. Like they actually like I feel like they're actually like really good at like composing music in general, not just making funny
Well,
lyrics.
Trey Parker actually is a musician, right? Like he
Yeah,
has his own
he
band
Yeah.
and that's what he does. Like that's what he was doing
DVDA.
at the time. Like
He's a
yeah.
it's not
gifted
just a
like
fluke that this shit was
songwriter.
good. Like he was actually doing that. So it made sense. But I
He
mean,
honestly should make more music
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I would like to see them do more musicals. Like
for
that would
real.
be
yeah.
cool. And the subject matter is just funny, like the cannibalism and things like that. And like I don't even think we mentioned it in the review, but like the one dude who's like just chowing on the like full foot. Just like it's just silly looking and
Yeah, yeah.
funny.
It's just uncooked and raw.
Yeah,
I just love fucking the whole Kyle character, man. When he takes off his hat and he's like, "Phew,"
yeah,
got the whole Jew. I love that. It
yeah.
fucking
What?
kills me, man. Like
Um,
that's
What?
it's so funny.
but yeah, that was a nice, awesome surprise, and that really sold to Gosser. I mean, I was already sold on it, but I was like, damn, they killed it this year with that sub label. But yeah, Cannibal the Musical, awesome release. Definitely have to pick that one up.
Fuck yeah, man. Great pick. Great pick. Okay, so I always have to look at my okay, number 4. And that's coming from fuck, man. They killed it this year for me, man. Umbrella from the land down under. Again, we got Houseboat Horror.
Houseboat horror.
Dude, another fucking fantastic slasher film. So, Tony, was shot on what, 16?
No,
And
this
then
was shot on video.
it was video. Like the whole
Yeah,
thing
this
was
is
video?
actually a shot on video movie.
Wow. Because I keep thinking it was shot and then there was insert whatever. Okay, so
It's
man,
because it looks so amazing.
it does, man. It really does. It's that's why I question that because like I don't think I've ever seen an SOV video SOV movie look this good.
Hmm.
Because I told a story about like watching like the first 20 minutes of this movie. I couldn't fucking see a thing. Couldn't fucking see a thing. This release is batshit insane. It looks so damn clear. It looks so good. But regardless, it is fun as hell. This is one that I was so fucking happy to add to the collection because I mean, I love me some slasher films. You got to have this. You got to have this, man. Music and some sleaziness and
The knockout songs by Brian Mannix.
is that okay? It doesn't,
That's like how they always like advertise it, knockout songs.
right?
The fucking the music video montage, like the Young, Cool and Groovy, is like a movie, or that's a song that just gets stuck in my head for fucking days
I
after I
mean,
watch this
would you
movie.
classify that as this is like a heavy metal horror film?
No.
Because it's not heavy metal, but it's like a music slasher film. It's weird. You could
Yeah,
put this into that kind of realm of films. You know what I mean? Like the heavy metal horror, but like it's not heavy metal, but it's music based slasher kind of thing.
it's really weird because it's kind of the same fucking premise as Blood Tracks, except they're just going to a lake instead of a fucking like ski resort.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I was,
There
you
to
know,
shoot a music video.
yeah, it's exactly what they're doing. Exactly the same thing. I wouldn't say the body count is even close to what it is in Blood Tracks, but
It's pretty high though.
It is pretty high. It is pretty high, but hella fun, man. Hella fun, dude. Like, I can't say enough good things about how this thing looks. You know, for shot on video, holy fuck, man, crazy. Craziness. This has got to be. I mean, this is the ultimate edition for it. It really is. Big ups to the Aussies for doing this shit, man. Houseboat Horror. We talked about this, man. We already reviewed this on the podcast. So if you guys want to go back, whatever, but really good release. Really good. Great stuff.
Well,
Dope.
we're not done talking about it because my number 3 is Houseboat fucking Horror.
I knew it was coming up
I
sometime.
figured this was going to be on your
Of
list.
course,
Yeah.
this was going to be on my list. I love this movie so much. It's probably a top 5 SOV movie. The kills are great. The
It's up there for me
Casio
too,
fucking
man.
soundtrack is great. Mullets out the ass. Nudity is great. Alan Dale from Neighbors. I love when he gets killed. His haircut changes from like shot to shot. Like it's like he's got kind of like a small little mullet, but then they like go to like the scene where he's getting hit in the head and it's a fucking shaved head. Terrible editing. I love the
Dude.
killer named Acid Head. He looks like a mongoloid version of
Oh,
Matt
I
Damon.
forgot his name. Yeah, right.
I
Shit,
love
that's
that he
up.
loves cats because he appreciates cats and he pets them, and I love him for that. But yeah, like the old DVDs and bootlegs we had before this were just trash. No special features. And this fucking Blu-ray is loaded with shit. Too much shit, honestly. I quit watching all the special features because I just got so fucking burnt out on it. But yeah, Houseboat Horror, my number 3.
Nice. Tyler.
Tyler.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm scorekeeping over here.
Oh, okay.
Fantasy?
No, I'll have like stats for us at the end.
Oh,
Nice.
very cool.
Okay, so my number 3 is a film most people I suspect will be on my list. It was my number 1 for my top 5 of the year so far. It comes from the Vinegar Syndrome mainline, and that, of course, is Singapore Sling. I reviewed this movie on episode 4 and absolutely glazed it. This was my number 5 favorite first time watch of last year. So one spot above Lily Choo Choo. Yeah, and this is such a fucking weird, disgusting, satirical, darkly like humorous, sleazy movie, and I just love everything about it. It's got a super unique look to it. It's very cinematically self-referential, and I don't know what any of it means. It's fucking, but I really enjoyed it. This is a movie I laughed a lot at. I just had a ton of fun watching it. I loved all the weird stuff it did, the wall breaking, I don't even like all the fucking gross stuff. This movie was just awesome. I had a really good time with this. I'm glad it got to come out on Blu-ray like this in a sick release as such. Yeah, once I watch this again, it'll be an instant favorite. Love this movie. Singapore Sling, number 3.
That movie is
Sweet.
disgusting. But
All
that
right.
Blu-ray just looks so good. The black and
Yeah,
white
oh,
is
it
just
looks
so amazing.
beautiful. And there is the documentary I did watch on there too, which is pretty solid.
I've watched that movie like 3 times. And I still can't fucking figure that shit out, man. Like,
I don't think it means anything. I think he just like copied some movies he liked and did some weird stuff in them.
Okay, so my number 3 is another repeat here. This is one that oh my God, I'm sorry. Actually, this is not a repeat. I had them mixed up. So my number 3 is The Ripper from the Gosser. Yeah, this was a movie I had seen a few times before. I had a bootleg of it. And I've always thought of it as like a really bad movie, and people have always talked about it like it's a really bad movie. But after watching it multiple times for the 2 commentaries and the regular movie itself, I actually think it's pretty good for what it is, you know. It's I love the whole like film school, like talking about movies and stuff. That shit really works for me. Um I watched a handful of Jack the Ripper movies around that time too. Like I watched the one from 59 and um another one, and then I think did we watch one? I can't remember, but uh
Jack's back.
yeah, it's ridiculous, but I just think that it's a nice, cool movie that I'll probably watch this a lot more times. Just because I really do love like the theme of knowing about movies. Like it's that whole Scream thing that has always been appealing to me. But yeah, The Ripper, that's my number 3.
The production value on that movie is actually really high. Like
It
besides
is.
the fact that they're shooting on like VHS cameras, like they're doing like so much like high production shit, like dolly shots and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
I learned that in the special features that like it was definitely like one of the most like higher budgeted like shot on video movies.
I mean, I think they took the general consensus of making like a a good film, but they just had the the video cameras, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
They took that approach, so So
Yeah.
pretty interesting. All right, so my number 3, that's what we're on, number 3,
Yep.
is of course going to be the double feature released by just Vinegar Syndrome, and that is Spectres and / Maya. We talked about these. I think it was JP and myself. We reviewed one of these, or
Yeah, I did Spectres.
Spectres, and I did Maya.
Yeah. That was a cool thing that we did.
Yeah, so Spectres, of course, has Donald Pleasance in it, which is pretty interesting. Pretty good stuff. I mean, these are 2 films that I'd actually never seen before. Being a huge Italian fan, I was super stoked on, getting these kind of thing, right? Maya, I know this one is heavily bootlegged, man. Pretty cool double feature, because they're both directed by Marcello Avellini. And I really hope that they can, kind of resurrect more of these Italian films. But this is exactly what I'm living for with collecting. And, Italian films are pretty much like my favorite type of films. To get 2 of them in one set by the same director. And the story behind these films is pretty crazy too. I mean, go back in the archives and check out the reviews, but pretty cool stuff. One of my favorites of the year. Love both these. I preferred Maya, to be honest. I think this one was a little bit better, in my opinion, but amazing stuff. Great release. Absolutely one of the bangers of the year for myself.
Super solid release. I agree.
Nice.
All right, 2s. So my number 2, I talked about very recently. It is a movie that, honestly, this 4K gave me a new appreciation for this movie that I never had before. Of course, it is Congo.
Nice.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
can now say that I absolutely fucking love this movie. Just because that 4K looks so good and it was just so amazing. And I got to sit there and watch my wife watch it for the first time, and she
Take that,
ended up loving
dead
it as
bitch.
much as me. Yeah, fuck you, Dead Pit. These guys just buy shit for the packaging. Well, guess what? The packaging does kick ass.
Fucking Tom Garman.
Fucking look at this.
It's pretty cool.
Everything that Congo's ever had in its entire existence has been some fucking bare bone Paramount ass DVD. So finally, a boutique label takes a Hollywood studio film and creates like a definitive final version of this. And yeah, like, are they polishing turds? Sure. Why the fuck not? But they're great turds.
Nice. I love it.
Number
Tyler,
2.
you got to be. You know what, man? Jeremy was a way quicker typer.
Yeah, I probably should. I probably could have talked about that a little bit longer, but we talked about it like 2 weeks
Just
ago.
reviewed it, man. Like that's the thing with
Right.
a lot of these films.
I don't want to talk about it.
I know,
It's because
right?
I thought of like more ways to condense down like what I'm gonna like the stats at the end, so I was going back and like adding those to make sure that was all set. But anyways, number 2, a film we just talked about and has been a popular pick tonight. I'm sure there's no surprises going to end up on my list, and that is from the Gowser video, Cannibal the Musical.
Nice.
Really revitalized my love for this movie, even though I knew I liked it, but I saw it with like a whole new eyes. This watch, it was like revisiting old friends. It was just such a great time watching this, and the special features really knock it out of the park, as well as the packaging. Packaging on this is phenomenal. It's probably, if it wasn't for the Tenet, this would probably be my favorite packaging of the year. But yeah, insane release. Candle Musical. Check out last episode where we talk about this if you have not already.
JP.
Nope. All right. My number 2, I debated my number 1 and number 2 for a long while because well, I'll explain when I get to my number 2 why I debated it, but or my number 1 rather. But my number 2 is Witch Story, which I
Nice.
think has probably my favorite packaging of the year, even more than the Tenet.
Yeah.
Mainly because the artwork, it's just like, this is cool. this is cool. This is cool. Like, it's all cool.
Yeah, they fucking knocked it out of the park. They need to hire that artist way more often.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And this was one of those movies too that just I didn't know anything about it. It was a complete surprise to me. I didn't expect it to be like anything special, and it was a lot cooler than you would probably expect for some Italian movie that not many people knew about. But that's the cool that again, and it goes back in a circle with this is like that's my favorite type of stuff they release, the surprises, the and people joke a lot about Vinegar Syndrome, how like so many of their titles are garbage movies. And to an extent, I could see that is true. But I think that it kind of recaptures that video store vibe too, where you don't know what you're going to get all the time. And whenever you get something that was a big surprise or a gem, it makes you that much more excited because you just watched, 10 Go Fishes in a row. And they keep saying go fish, go fish. You keep going to fish again and finally get one that you like. So yeah, that is Which Story is my number two.
It's funny you said that too, because I feel like with Vinegar Syndrome, we're getting like a nice surprise at least once a month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it does feel that way. Definitely, as we go into season two, after we sort of now have the format down and things like that, and we know how like the end of the year show is going to be, I'm going to pay attention a lot more like month by month stuff too. Is just like a general idea of like how things came out because it's kind of a blur to me now, but I'll try to focus on that a little bit more.
Well, we got the spreadsheet now, so just
Right.
mark
Yeah,
them
I'll
in as we
probably
go along.
that's
good.
probably what I'll do this time.
Yeah. All right. So my number two is something that actually hasn't been mentioned yet, and I'm not even sure if any of you guys even mentioned or even watched these films this year. Another, which is oddly enough, another double feature. So this is, I guess, my third double feature. And that is Intrepidus Punks.
So I actually started watching it, the first one last night,
Man.
before I fell asleep, and I just kept waking up to like this like super Mexican sounding guy saying "Intrepidus Punks."
Yeah, so that's the soundtrack. So there's a song that plays by some Mexican band or whatever. It kind of reminds me of like Cheech and Chong.
Oh, dude,
But
it
like,
totally sound like the voice sounds like Cheech.
Intrepidus
like,
Punks.
Punks.
So the song is very repetitive through the movie and stuff like that. But it's fucking awesome. So going into these movies, I thought they were going to be like post-apocalyptic, but they're not. They're actually set in like modern day. And it's basically just about this fucking reckless gang that just does a bunch of crazy shit. They're just drug dealing. They're just doing crazy shit and stuff like that, right? It's pretty fucking wild and stuff like that. So anyways, you got these cops that are chasing them down and shit like that. So, but in the second one, it's basically, so the first film opens up with them jailbreaking like their boss out or whatever. Anyways, the first one ends, the second one starts, and it's there's like another jailbreak and stuff like that. And now they're hell bent on basically taking down the people that led to their demise in the first one. And there's this crazy arc in these films. It's fucking nuts, but it's got continuity. Like 1 and 2 is like one big ass film. It's pretty fucking cool. It got the same characters, same actors, everything, even the same cop kind of bleed. What happens to the cop's family in the second one is fucking crazy, but these are fun, man. They're Mexican films, super highly kind of stylized, like just super punkish, awesome music and stuff like that. Lots of fucking, kind of gore and, nudity and sleaze and stuff like that. These are so much fun. If you like post-apocalyptic type films and stuff like that, which I said they're not, it kind of feels like that because it's like set in the wastelands a little bit. These are awesome. This is one of the biggest surprises for myself for the year. I wasn't even going to watch this because I wasn't 100% sure on it. Turned out to be one of my favorite things of the year. Awesome. Love these 2 films. Great stuff. I would totally rewatch those in a second. I love them.
Damn, I forgot to watch those.
Yeah, dude, they were fucking so much fun. I couldn't believe that it was like one big ass movie. It literally like started where the last one left off, and it was like same character, same bad guy, same fucking whoever lived through the first one was in the second one. But the like the shit that happens in the cop, it's crazy, man. It's fucking awesome. But I loved it because like beautiful women, they're sleazy. The music was fun. The music in the first one's a lot better. I wish they had have carried over the the Intrepidus Punk song from the first film to the second one. So the music kind of lacks in the second one. The first one's a lot better in that aspect, but as a whole, because I watched them back to back, felt really cool. It was awesome. Good stuff. Great release.
All right, number ones. Anybody have a guess to what my number one is?
I thought it was Houseboat Horror, but
I thought it was Congo.
Damn, is it gonna be like something that we didn't even think of? Ghost Dance?
is it Witch
Ghost
Story?
Dance, yeah, Ghost Dance.
It is Ghost Dance.
Yeah.
So you never had Witch Story in your top 10?
No, he
Yeah, I
he
did. It was my number 4.
Oh shit, totally. Fuck it. What am I thinking of?
You may have went to the restroom. But this movie right here was the revelation of the year for me. Like, this is a movie that I've been begging and begging to have a watchable restored copy for decades. Like, I first saw this on YouTube probably in fucking like 2005, and it was just completely unwatchable. You couldn't see jack shit. So the fact that you can see it and the fact that it has really good cinematography, it was just a huge bonus. I don't know, I just love everything about this movie. I love the atmosphere. I love the desert setting. The Native American folklore was really cool and interesting, and it's about like 90% authentic. They had to like embellish a few things just to make it a horror movie. But the killer I thought was really cool. He's like a Native American Michael Myers, basically. He's just like standing in the shadows. And then as a bonus, he can possess dogs and cats too, which I really love. But yeah, I just really fell in love with this movie. And I always knew that if I could actually see what was going on, I'd be a big fan of it. And I am. Like, this is honestly probably going to turn into a favorite of mine.
Nice.
Wow. Wow.
And this is why I love Vinegar Syndrome right here.
Yeah,
Definitely.
good stuff.
All
Tyler.
right. My number one, I'm sure it's pretty obvious by now. It's a film that we all
don't think it
reviewed, the
is.
film that really knocked my socks off. It comes from the VSL line, coming in number one. And that, of course, is Bloodline.
Bloodline.
Dude, shut up.
All right.
Plot twist.
Number one comes from a film that might have the only distinction of being featured but not reviewed in any capacity at all. It comes from Film Movement Classics, and it is The Poetry of Lee Chang-dong. This is a film I tried to shoehorn at the end of one episode as my release of the month. I forgot what month it was.
Well, we all know who
I
has the
remember
most
that.
unique list tonight.
Actually, it's a
Jesus
tie.
Christ.
It's a tie.
Don't
actually.
sleep on
unique
this
list?
one.
No, I have the most unique. Yeah, okay. Never mind. But anyways, the Poetry of Lee Chang-dong. Lee Chang-dong is a South Korean filmmaker that started to get popular right before South Korean movies got cool. He has made 6 films. 2 of them are easily available. These were the last 4 that were not available. And he's a phenomenal filmmaker. He's right up there with Park Chan-wook and Bong Joon-ho to me. He's just as good as all of them. Most people probably know about his movie Burning that he did with A24 in 2018. That's probably his most popular one. And then he's had another one with the same guy from Parasite and Memories of Murder, Sang Kang-ho, called Secret Sunshine. That's pretty popular. But these are his remaining 4 films. These films are all great. The worst one was his first movie, and it was still a very good movie. And 2 of these I thought were almost perfect. They're all just super, super sad and depressing movies. Most of them, 3 out of 4 of them are over 2 hours. One of them is just under 2, and you just get kicked in the nuts. My favorite one was probably Oasis. That movie, that was the third movie in the set, and that movie blew me away. It's super fucking messed up, and I had my jaw on the floor that like they were even allowed to like make a movie like this
I don't
with a
understand
subject
watching a movie
matter.
that's like 2.5
Well,
hours long. That's like self-deprecating and like just
it's
like
fun.
super fucking low. I don't get
I
it, dude.
love
Like,
it.
where's the
I
fun in
love
that
it.
shit, dude? I don't get it.
It's a reflective experience.
I kind of get it. I also like the downer film. Like
Yeah.
I'm a big
But two
film.
and a half hours of just pure fucking agony and downbeat shit. I'm just like, fuck.
I've watched
I like to
4-hour
laugh too
movies
much,
of
man. I'm
that, and I
sorry,
love
man.
it.
You've probably watched 7-hour movies like that.
I haven't gone to
God.
Santiago yet.
I can't
but
do
I
it,
will.
man. I can't do it.
That is the
Um,
7-hour movie like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
I really loved all the movies in this set.
Okay,
Two of them
the
was
biggest
perfect.
question is
Yes,
who would like those movies the most?
JP.
Tony.
What?
Tony?
Tony.
Okay. Is that a challenge?
I think this
I'm not.
is the
I'm not
thing.
even accepting this one. Fuck that, man. I'm not doing that shit, man.
I think
Not doing
Tony like
I'd have
I
no
think,
fun
I
in
think
that,
Tony
man.
would get. I think Tony would just get it the most. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I think he would just like get.
Oh,
the
he's calling
slow
us. He's
sadness
calling
of it.
us idiots now.
No, I'm not
We're
calling you.
simpletons.
We're simpletons.
Um,
I just
That's okay. That's
it would be
okay.
tough though. It would be honestly. It's tough to even pick anyone.
all right. My number one. Does anybody know what my number one is?
Little
Um,
Darlings.
I have no idea
Oh,
because I have not been keeping track of what people have done. What?
it
Yeah,
is
the
Little
little darlings.
Darlings.
It's
Yeah.
Little Darlings, and I fought with myself over this too because I hate, like, even when we do our top 10 lists on 22 shots every year and stuff, I'm always like very iffy on putting anything comedy or not horror as my number one. But obviously this is not a horror
Hypocrite.
per se show. Um, but at the end of the day, like, this was the release that I had the most fun and loved the most out of everything that we've covered. I think it definitely helps that this was, I think, episode one. Was this episode 1 or 2 that?
I think it's episode
One.
1, actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait.
so it might have
2.
been very nostalgic for me for that, like, just the experience of like kicking off the show, and it was like an important part of it. So maybe I lean like that's affecting it. But at the end of the day, it's a great movie. It's like hits that rare spot where it's super nostalgic for me, even though I had never seen it growing up. It just hit that sort of like sometimes you watch a film, like for me, Monster Squad was one where I think I probably would have liked it more if I'd seen it when I was growing up because I'm not a big fan of it. So that usually happens when people talk about like nostalgic movies. But it did not happen with this one. It fits so in line with like the type of stuff that I like from that era. Um, and I totally could have just picture myself enjoying that growing up. Um, but it's a really good movie. The special features are really good as well. And yeah, it's probably the best thing Cinematograph has done, which was the very first thing they did. It was a toss-up
Premature
between,
ejaculated.
yeah, it was a
Yeah.
toss-up between
They catfished us.
this and Witch's Story, which normally I would go into the horror film a little bit more, but I couldn't remember it as much either because I've only watched this once. Whereas Little Darlings I've watched I think like 4 times. So yeah,
It
that
had
is
3 commentaries in it.
yeah, I think but yeah, so that was a lot of fun for me, and it's definitely one I'll revisit again. But Witch Story also, I'm actually excited to watch that this Italian horror month. I'll revisit that just to really soak it in. Maybe I'll do like a commentary or something. But yeah, that's my number one. Little bit of an oddball choice for me considering I usually go really horror heavy with everything.
Hmm.
Just gonna lie.
I gotta say, man, I'm a little bit shocked. A little
I
bit
wasn't
fucking
shocked.
shocked. Not gonna lie.
I knew it.
Anyways, on that note, oddly enough, your number one was a Cinematograph title. It's fucking crazy because mine is too. It's fucking Go Fish.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
I
Go
already
fuck,
did
go,
that
go
shit.
fuck myself. I know. I was actually fucking stealing Tyler's. That was
You just stole Tyler's joke.
no.
You know what?
Actually, I actually had that planned
actually-
anyways. It was weird that you actually had a cinematograph title, so I had to kind of change it. But I was gonna. Yeah.
That was the only cinematograph in the entire show.
I actually was going to do that joke. I thought about doing that joke because I thought people would know I had a cinematograph title, but then I was like, no, that's lame. So just saying.
No, I only did that. I only followed through with that because you actually had a cinematograph as your number one, which I never expected. Crazy thing. But obviously, my number one of the year is Witch Story. Rewatches again last night. It's fucking brilliant. It's amazing. Later 80s Italian shit. We already talked about how fucking dope this shit is.
Yeah, that was the month you stole my pick, I think.
No, maybe. I mean, not only is this release just fantastic.
Was that like was Touch? Was that her main review when you reviewed Witch Story? back when we were fucking like picking horrible movies to have as
we took too many risks last season with the featured review.
Yeah, we need to be a little bit more careful with how we do the features.
That out later on. I think.
I feel like
we should pick horror stuff because
I feel like we need to have better conversations in the main reviews. So we'll pick something appropriate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Witch Story is fucking awesome, man. It's in a sense, it's nonsensical when it comes to the terms of like what witches can do and stuff, but I like how they explain it away, how the witches can like kind of like control shit and stuff like that. But yeah, this movie's fucking fun as hell, man. It's fun as hell. One of my favorite scenes, I'm sure Tony probably talked about it, is like the whole chainsaw scene in the pool. I love that scene so much. I think it's fucking fantastic. But one of my favorite things about watching this movie though is what I learned last night from rewatching this film is picking out all the product placement in this movie. It's in fucking insane. It's an Italian film that tried to be so American that they just fucking had to put every popular fucking product in there. And I love it, man. I'm one of those people like I'm missing things because I'm watching. Oh, there's the Doritos. There's the Lay's. There's the fucking,
You noticed the Exxon gas station at the very beginning of the movie.
Oh, yeah.
What is supposed to be in like the 1930s?
Right. So good. But this shit is fun as hell, man. It could be a little bit more sleazier, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have the sleaze factor, but it has.
It's like a teen movie. You know what I mean? It's like very like teen oriented.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It has like a polish to it.
And it does have this weird kind of incest angle with the cousins, JP.
Yeah.
Do you remember that shit, JP? Yeah. There you go.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. So it has that shit going for it. But I really like this shit though, man. And like, honestly, the acting overall in this film is really good. I love the guy that plays the priest. I know he's like a classic British actor and stuff like that. Does a really good job. But overall product, why did this not get love before? What the fuck, man? This is a good movie.
It makes no sense. About it?
It didn't even have a DVD. It had fucking nothing.
Like nothing up until this point. It makes no sense to me because it's legitimately a high, I wouldn't say high budget film, but it looks like one. And it feels like a product of that later 80s Italian shit, but like better. You know what I mean? It's one of the better ones. It's crazy.
Probably one of the better looking ones now at this point.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. This is one of the fucking most fun movies I have watched in so long. Rewatched it last night. I was like, oh my God, this shit's amazing. It almost feels like comfort food now for me. Witch Story, my favorite release of the year. And for a good reason, because I'd never even seen it, never heard of it before. So gotta love it, man. Gotta love it.
Real. Between that, Spectres, and Maya, it's like, talk about just like a treasure trove of late 80s Italian.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that, how we talked about what was coming out later this year in 2025. I feel like we're going to get some other fucking gems. Like they're digging for us, for the real viewers and collectors and stuff like that, not the resellers and all the other bullshit. But yeah, I mean, I could probably do without Go Fish because that shit's ridiculously bad.
So, are we gonna get into the stats? You
I'm
ready,
good.
Tyler?
I'm ready. I'm
Well-
ready on stats. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
What were gonna say, Moots?
Well, I was going to say, do we want to do like what our worst reviewed film of the year was before stats or whatever?
I figured we would do the stats and the list segment, and then go into like any bonus stuff we wanted to talk
Okay,
about. But
let's do
whatever
stats.
All right. So I guess we'll start with the individual lists. Tony had 6 different had 5 Vinegar Syndrome films and 6 different labels or sub-labels in general. 1 from Agfa, 1 from Shudder, 1 from DeGauser, 1 from VSU, and 1 from Umbrella. He had 4 films in common with Moods, 3 films in common with JP, 1 film common with me, and 5 unique films. I had films from 6 different labels, 3 from Vinegar Syndrome, 3 from Film Movement Classics, 1 from Bleeding Skull, 1 from Def Croc, 1 from VSU, and 1 from, that was it. I had 1 film in common with Tony, 1 film in common with JP, and 9 unique films.
No commons with Moods, huh?
None in common with Moods.
That's crazy.
JP had films from 4 different labels: 6 Vinegar Syndrome, 2 DeGauser Video, 1 Cinematograph, and 1
Agfa.
Agfa. He had 3 films in common with Tony, 3 with Moods, 1 with me, and 5 unique to himself. Moods had films from 4 different labels: 6 Vinegar Syndrome, 2 Umbrella, 1 VSP, and 1 Umbrella. Oh no, we had 2 Umbrella. So 6 Vinegar Syndrome, 2 Umbrella, 1 VSP, and 1 DeGauser Video. 4 in common with Tony, 3 with JP, none with me, 5 unique. The favorites of the favorites of the show were Hell's Trap, Cannibal the Musical, and Witch Story, with 3 lists apiece, and Blood Tracks, Torture Chamber, and Houseboat Horror also made 2 lists apiece. Vinegar Syndrome and DeGauser Video were the only labels to make an appearance on everyone's list. Everybody had at least 3 Vinegar Syndrome films, and everybody had at least 1 DeGauser film. The breakdown of the labels: the favorite label was Vinegar Syndrome with 20, DeGauser with 5 in second. Tied for third, we have Umbrella and Film Movement Classics with 3. Tied for fifth, we have 2 from Adkfa and 2 from VSU, and then Shudder, Bleeding Skull, VSP, Deaf Crocodile, and Cinematograph had 1 apiece.
Wow.
Interesting stats. Pretty cool.
Nice.
Thank you for
cool.
doing that.
No problem.
I don't even know how the fuck you compile that. I'm so bad with like that shit. So
I kept
Yeah.
thinking of ways to make this easier to read at the end. That's why I was going back and typing.
Yeah, good job. Good job.
okay, so I wanted to say, like, what do you think was the worst, or what was your worst reviewed film of the year? It could be like,
that we reviewed. Or
yeah,
just
that
that I've seen?
Like, do you think that we like personally bombed?
I mean,
No,
the worst
Like, I
films-
fucked up on this or something?
no, just something that we like really kind of shit on. And
honestly,
like,
I think it's Touch.
Oh, you're saying the worst film we reviewed?
yeah,
I think
like,
it's Touch.
literally
At
the
least we
worst
had
film that we
fun.
reviewed.
I
Yeah,
thought
would
you were
say-
saying like our performance.
No,
That's
no.
what I was thinking too. I'm like, huh?
Why would I ever
go
go into the territory of our performance? No, I was talking about like the worst film that we talked about all year.
There was
actually
one
gave,
that I
like,
bombed.
Gave a bunch of moments to, and it doesn't have to be a feature review. It can be something that, you know, somebody reviewed individually that we all contributed to.
There's 2. It's
Touch.
Go Fish and Bloodline, and I guess I like Touch more than you guys.
I think it would be Touch. Honestly, no, you could Touch probably
Without
isn't-
question, Go Fish
I
Go
think
Fish
that's
was-
the actual
was
worst.
fucking horrible. This is the worst film that I watched that we talked about as a whatever. Horrible.
I think that was the
Horrible.
actual worst movie. I like Bloodlines better than I like Touch, but I wouldn't like argue against that either. But at least like those were kind of fun, like dunk on these conversations. Like Touch was just so mediocre, but not like
No, but
outright
Touch
so
wasn't
horrible.
actually. I don't think Touch was a horrible film. It just was hella disappointing.
I think
Yeah.
it was kind of. I think it was.
I
a
thought it
bad
was
film.
all right.
I think it was a
But-
bad film, and I just think it's like in this territory of being such a mediocre, but not outlandishly.
So, what was the
mediocre
worst one
film.
for you?
It would be. I would agree with Go Fish.
Go
I
Fish.
think that's the actual worst movie, but I think the worst like movie we discussed like was Touch. I think that just it's in this territory of so mediocre that there's like nothing to even say about it.
The fact that we had two like very not fun movies as featured reviews like is not good. Like
Right.
I don't want that to
Go
happen
Fish
again.
wasn't a feature review. I didn't even watch it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm saying Touch and
Bloodlines.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Bloodlines
Um,
might be my least favorite. That movie was fucking excruciating.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking.
At
brutal.
least like we
It
had
was
a
pretty
fun
fucking brutal.
conversation out of that one. That's why I would give the bump to Touch because it was like I don't have anything to say about this movie. It's just like so like.
So what do you guys think was the best feature review this year?
Cannibal the Musical.
like okay, are you saying like the best film or like our best review?
Actually, I should say favorite feature review.
Like are we talking like favorite is in best like favorite movie or favorite conversation?
No, what's your favorite film that we had a feature review for?
I would probably say
Probably Cannibal.
Devil times
Yeah.
5 for me.
Really?
Yeah, I would probably say Devil times 5. I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, Cannibal. That's my
Nice.
highest on my
Hmm.
list. That's a main review.
Yeah, a lot of our main reviews were, just I'd probably go with Cannibal too, actually. Because a lot of my favorite films of the year that made my list were not feature reviews. Cannibal's gotta be
A
up
lot
there.
of the movies on my list were like in the second half of the year, actually.
Yeah,
nothing-
I
Actually,
think
no.
that-
Actually, no. Chinese Torture Story. That's probably my favorite one of the year for sure.
Yeah.
That made my list. Yeah, I forgot that was a feature review, right?
Yeah, I think
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
3 movies from when we did the halfway point made my list. So I think 7 movies were second half of the year releases for me.
Yeah. Only one of mine fell off actually.
Oh yeah, actually, I was going to ask that actually. So 2 of mine fell off. So Horrible Dr. Hitchcock and the Homegrown Horrors box set volume 3 fell off. So I had 3 end up in my top 10. In fact, I was actually quite surprised. Really, no box sets. I mean, I think
I had the
JP
one.
Yeah, the one box set. That was it.
I
So
a
I had
box set.
3
Oh, yeah.
carry over into
Yeah.
the
This
top
is why
10,
I
but
won.
2
This is a
fell
box
off.
set.
What about you, Tony? What was that
What's up?
for your top 10? How many fell off in the first half?
So mine was a little bit different than your guys's. So I had a top 5 Vinegar Syndrome and a top 5 partner label. So in the Vinegar Syndrome, I had Witch Story and House Where Death Lives. Those are the only carryovers from that top 5.
Hmm.
And my top 5 partner labels, the only carryovers were Houseboat Horror, Last Slumber Party, and The Sadness.
Hmm.
So 5
So
out of the
5.
10. Yeah.
Right.
So never mind. It's not backloaded. It's perfect.
Right.
The only film that fell off for me was Red Rock West, and that was not my number 5.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Care to explain?
do
Explain
you guys
yourself.
have
It was just the halfway point. And well, Bubble Bath could have made that list, but we decided to not pick any inactive
I see, I
labels,
see.
so that could have made the list. I don't think it would have at the time, actually.
yeah.
But yeah, I think I was more optimistic on the cinematograph line at the time too, because we'd only had 6 months of it, and that was kind of like I wanted to represent the line. This was my favorite release so far.
And now
Nice.
look at us.
Now look at us.
What was like, do you have a favorite like packaging or I think Tyler mentioned the Tenet. Me and Tony
Yeah.
both mentioned Witch Story. Anything stand out in terms of like your favorite like artwork or anything?
The Tenet and Cannibal for the more fancier sets, yeah, definitely are my top ones. But for just the regular releases, I think I'll go with Bubble Bath actually. That is some really cool artwork.
Fucking Tyler. Going with Witch Story, man. Witch Story is the
Yeah.
best thing for me this year, man. Like, I mean, this release, like, you can't flip it around enough times and be like, what the fuck? This thing's amazing. It's amazing.
Mhm.
What about your favorite like partner label like just the best one this year?
Well, I mean, it would be whatever was in our top 10 list, right?
No, I'm not saying partner label release. I'm saying like who did the best partner label
Overall,
wise. Yeah, like overall.
Yeah, definitely.
honestly, huh?
Per,
Maybe,
Umbrella.
maybe at maybe
Umbrella for me.
ADFA for me.
Umbrella for me, man.
for me personally, it's film movement classics, by quite a bit.
Yeah, I would probably go. Even though I had one Agfa release in my top 10, I would probably go Saturn's Core, because I liked more stuff.
What do you think was the stupidest release of the year? I hate using that term, but like something that you thought that was kind of a fucking like it just
A waste of time. Probably
kind of
the
a waste of
Howling,
time.
Howling 2.
Klaus Kinski's Paganini.
That was one that actually came to mind. Maybe the Klaus Kinski movie.
Why is it that bad?
I don't know.
No,
It's
but
just
it's like it's about like the most uninteresting thing you could ever like put in front of me. Like
Oh,
there's
really?
no way
What
I
is
would
it?
ever even be
Okay.
interested in watching that.
It's interesting the mentality on that because I get that with Tony and stuff. I think the stupidest fucking release of the year for myself, man, is this.
Mm-mm.
This movie sucks.
I like
man.
that.
I really
like that movie.
I've never liked this movie, and rewatching this movie actually made it worse for me because I'm watching this movie going, this movie is fucking terrible. And so I started doing some research. And I was like coming up like, who the fuck wrote that? I'm like, oh my god, it all makes fucking sense now. It all makes fucking sense. The dialogue in this movie is so bad. Honestly, man, this is one of the worst follow-ups to a great erotic thriller I've ever seen. Like Sharon Stone in this movie just feels so out of fucking place, man. Baldwin
she's out of character. She's like some timid 30s, like
yeah, and it
divorcee. That's so unlike her. She just couldn't do it.
It's funny because they project her as being a strong character or like a strong female, but then she's totally not. And then when the reveal happens and she kind of like conveys to that and like this whole movie is written so bad. Like it's so fucking bad. I just think it's horrible. But for this edition, this is a big deluxe, stupid fucking like this thing is is the worst release of the year for me. This is the worst release of the year for me, man. I think this is horrible. When this got announced, I actually laughed out loud.
Honestly, I think Howling 2 is a good candidate because who the fuck was asking for this?
No, but I mean, this is a big studio. I mean, Howling 2 is not a fucking big studio film. This is a big studio film that they're trying to bank on, and I think it's a wasted release. It's a wasted release.
That shit's not good enough to be a BSU.
I would put that shit in my honorable mentions, maybe.
What?
That.
This movie fucking sucks,
I really liked it, dude.
You never saw that? I didn't like it when it came out, and I hate it more now. And I'm watching the better transfer and everything. I think it sucks.
Fish was a definitely worse release than that.
No, I'm saying that's the worst movie of the year. I said this is the worst release of the year.
I think Go Fish is just worse release too. The movie
movie
sucks.
I think Go Fish is a movie that whoever curates it probably really liked personally.
Yeah, it's like they saw it back before anybody and just been championing it their whole life.
Yeah. Like
yeah,
who is this for? Like who is buying this?
So yeah, I mean worst release for me would probably be like pointless release if we're talking that.
Yeah.
It would probably be like the Howling from Howling 2 for me.
I kind of
just 'cause,
feel like that too. I feel like I feel like with the keep, I mean,
no,
honestly,
that's definitely not pointless.
Yeah.
I don't think
That's
I don't think it's pointless. I just think that this movie, for me, it's the most conflicted release of the year for myself because I don't think this movie's good at all, and it's getting this deluxe edition and shit like that. I mean, it's just blowing up.
I don't mind the movie at all. I don't think it's like it's like I would watch it again. I don't have a problem
Yeah, for
with it.
sure.
Yeah.
But it's I'm happy to see it get released. It's just not what we.
I said
what most
conflicting
people
release
wanted.
of the year. I said conflicting
Conflicting.
because
We all knew.
I would have been fucking perfectly happy with all this bullshit not there and just had a standard edition of it. I would have been fine. Like, just give me the standard edition. I don't need all this other bullshit because, I mean,
I think
honestly,
Going South was a pretty bad release too.
Mm.
didn't watch
Yeah,
it.
you were really pissed off on that one.
Dude,
What
that
what do
movie-
they call those side loader title releases? Like
Side loaders.
Is that what they're called? The
Yeah.
side loader ones?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Fucking
it's
suck.
always interesting what they choose to do in the side loader. Is it only 4K stuff that comes in those?
Yeah, I think so.
No,
4K and
Cannibal Musical has
VSP.
So why
Cannibal
don't they just
Musical
go
has
all
one.
out
Oh,
and do
yeah.
these on the
Never mind.
VSU lines then? Like, what's preventing this being a VSU
The
when it's a
VSU
4K with a big?
Because
The
because
VSU
this
box.
is ultra. This is
Yeah.
an ultra movie. The Keep is not an ultra movie.
No,
It's ultra shit compared to this one.
it just
Yeah.
got half the release. I mean,
Yeah, like that.
I don't know.
Like,
Only masterpieces can get packaging of this caliber.
yeah, I think the VSU is definitely the best.
Six string
packaging.
samurai, fucking masterpiece.
That was a mistake.
But
Anything that was like surprising that got released for you, like something that you maybe wouldn't have expected or something.
for me, it's the Tenant. For me, it's the Tenant, man. I was shocked when the Tenant got released as a huge, because we just got the Scream Factory release, and then all of a sudden it gets this crazy fucking release.
I actually agree with you. I think the Tenant is probably the most surprising title
Yeah.
from regular Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Chang Dong set really was a big surprise for me too. When that popped
Okay,
up, almost like
nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about, Tyler. So stop.
No, people know
Um,
this guy. People know this guy. Me and Dan talk about this guy all the time.
What about some honorable mentions?
Yeah, we could do the honorables. Who wants to go first?
Just go in order.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go first. So I grabbed 5. So
Same.
this one is probably my favorite release from VH Shitfest. I must have been really high when I watched this because it really like affected me. It's a Blind Faith, which is like this weird like police procedural like horror movie that's kind of like true crime-esque, but they show like dramatizations of like the killer like torturing his victims. But like the way they filmed it with like the gel lighting and being shot on video kind of gave me the creeps, and I really like that movie. Little Darlings, my favorite cinematograph of the year. They blew their load way too fucking early. The Tenant, I didn't put this on my top 10 just because I had the Scream Factory Blue, and it's really not that.
It wasn't
essential
like
to
a
release.
necessary
Right.
pickup.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
this packaging is just fucking amazing. The window
it's really
opening and
cool.
everything is just unbelievable release.
It actually it made the release more appealing to me because of that packaging. Actually, it's one of the cases where the packaging actually like probably could tip me over into picking it up because like I said, I had the Scream Factory Blu-ray. It's not an essential like upgrade so soon, but the packaging was cool enough where I was like, yeah, like this is worth it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
if it wasn't such a stacked edition and it just came in a regular slip, I don't think it would have made my list.
Yeah, I'd like to see Vinegar Syndrome get a little bit more creative. I did like the side road slipcover, how it was just completely blank and they gave you just a bunch of markers to draw your own slipcover. I thought that was
I
hilarious.
kind of feel like it was a light jab at people
Which
too.
I think I did not.
It was.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Yeah, I like
I,
that. That's awesome.
so I didn't include that in the releases of the year. I totally forgot about that.
I didn't even watch it, so
I didn't get it. I didn't end up with it. So
I'm the only one that did get it and I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I
But
didn't watch. I didn't
I have
get it.
another VSU. It is Southern Comfort, one of my
yeah,
favorite
I
backwoods
thought this movie
movies.
was gonna make your list just because I know you love it.
Yeah.
It was on my halfway list and it just fell right off thanks
Too
to
many fucking
Congo.
slashers this year, man. Too many slashers that got released, man.
Yeah, like such a great year. And
Yeah.
then last, I wanted to give a little quick shout out to Red Rooms. Talked about a
Oh,
lot in the top 10 show. I love this
motherfucker got
movie.
one.
Good job, Utopia, for putting this out. I applaud you.
nice.
Yeah. All right.
That's
I
it.
also have five. The first three were on my list at one point or a strong consideration. This one this was the last one to fall off, and that's Interrogation from VSL. This is a really cool movie, and again, that they really kind of pulled out of obscurity. That's a pretty important film, but it just came down to there's other films that I just enjoy like so much more that I'm going to rewatch that. It ended up being an honorable mention. The other one that was also on my list was one I reviewed also 1 month, and that was My Heart Is That Eternal Rose. This is just a really cool, like Wong Kar-wai, John Woo, Hong Kong fusion. I think it's a Taiwanese film though. But yeah, this movie was awesome. This was a ton of fun. This is actually also in my top 50 first time watches, but I'm not in love with the packaging. Not that I don't like it, and it was kind of light on special features, so ultimately that's what kicked it out. This movie was never on my list. It was like the first one that got cut before I got serious at all. But that's Thieves Like Us from Cinematograph, whatever you
Good
need.
Lord.
I enjoyed
Uh,
it too.
this was my favorite
I
cinematograph
don't
of
like
the
the way they
year.
told that story, man.
I like the way they told it. I watched it twice, both
Yeah.
ways.
Can't
But
stand it.
this was my favorite release of the year from them, easily. But the special features suck, so that I just never really considered it because I want good special features if I'm going to pay the premium. And these two were never going to be on the list, but they are releases I think for standouts. One is another one from Film Movement Classics, and that is Takeshi Kitano Double Play. This is just a double feature of two Takeshi Kitano movies. They're both just kind of pessimistic, nihilistic crime cop movies, Violent Cop and Boiling Point. This was a re-release too, but I didn't have either of these. So them patching it together in a two-pack with a cool slip was an easy pickup for me. Lastly, I also had Red Rooms. Great film, great art, but there's nothing that unique about distributing a brand new movie.
Nope. Honorable mentions you go.
All right. So for me, kind of leaned heavy into like one theme. And that is like the like rediscovery, like putting shit out that's cool. The Ghost Dance. So just missed my list. I really enjoyed this for a first time watch, and it's like the exactly the type of stuff I get most excited for. Slasher films that I had never seen that only existed on some crappy YouTube quality 360p like bootleg. So yeah, that's the Ghost Dance.
Road to grab
The
that.
Mexican Chucky, Horacia Diabolica. This was just it was so absurd that I just loved it. No, is it like a great movie? Absolutely not, but it's an
Yes.
oddity.
It's fucking fun, man.
And I like oddities. This was a big surprise looking for Mr. Goodbar. This one made Tyler's list, and I really enjoyed this one. I thought it was a interesting conversation too on the show. So yeah, that's looking for Mr. Goodbar. Spectres and Maya made Moods' list. This I believe made my halfway list, and I did, really like these. Definitely later Italian movies are always interesting to me because it seems like, the genre kind of died out and fizzled. So it's like more rare when you get stuff from the later 80s that you haven't seen yet. And then I guess the last honorable mention here will be Adult Swim's Yule Log,
Hmm.
which is Nice, cool, awesome lenticular cover of a
Oh
fireplace.
shit!
Definitely worth
Oh,
grabbing.
that's pretty sick.
Yeah. Yeah, this movie is just batshit crazy. It's one that I will definitely have in the rotation during the holidays, because it's a neat movie and I really like that one.
Yeah, I gotta grab that shit. All right, I got a few. I'm not sure how many there are. I didn't grab them all, but I gotta give props to Interrogation. This movie was fucking phenomenal, bleak as fuck. Um, I love this shit, man. It was really good. Watch it if you want to be completely destroyed mentally. Like it's fucking just awful on your mentality. It's brutal. Bloodbath at the House of Death. I thought this was going to make my top 10, but it, ultimately didn't. But really good shit. Finally gets a release. Awesome. Good stuff. The Tenant. This is in the honorable mentions because the movie's fucking phenomenal. Packaging is awesome, but it's something that wasn't going to make the top 10 because it wasn't a unique release for me. I already had multiple copies.
Essential.
Yeah, it wasn't essential. Kind of the same reason with this, even though this is like the best release you could probably have for Cannibal the Musical. I've seen this movie multiple times on, the formats I've had it on throughout the years. But phenomenal release. Awesome stuff. This one did get cut from my top 5 the first half of the year. The Horrible Dr. Hitchcock. This release is cool because you get, the 2 cuts of the film uncut and everything. So pretty cool. Love that shit. Black Cat 1 and 2. Amazing. Good stuff. And then this is the one that I feel like no one's talking about. Shaw Brothers stuff. Love on Delivery. Amazing
That movie
film.
was so good. So fucking hilarious.
So fucking legitimately funny. It translated so well to us. It was like, this is amazing. This actually got cut last minute. This was in my top 10 pretty much all year. Well, in the second half or whatever. And I don't know, but this was such a great discovery. So good. But the ultimate was this one. Go Fish. Okay, I'm done with that joke. But Go Fish.
Nice.
I expect you to go out and burn your copies after this video.
Yeah, pretty much fuck that one.
Yeah.
But that's all I brought up.
Resale value.
Yeah.
So I guess that is the whole season and the start of the season, right? Like we have a top 10 list and then we're back into reviewing movies.
Yep.
So
what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, Mids, I'm glad you asked. So the first thing that good old Tony will be covering is this movie here called Virtuosity.
Oh,
Which
you guys
I'm
already have the physicals.
really into checking out because it's a VSU, and I love this cover. It's just really cool. I don't know anything about it, and Tony's been pretty good with his VSU pick.
It's a crazy cast. It's got a crazy cast.
Curious to check this one out. So that will be Tony's pick. And then Tyler's pick is some interesting stuff here too. It's a double feature. And it is The Seventh Curse and Witch from Nepal.
Never seen it.
Which are, I believe, are these Hong Kong?
And speaking of great art,
has a rocket launcher.
They killed it with that release.
Yeah, so that's what Tyler will be doing. And then myself here will be doing a favorite of mine, and that is Deranged, which is probably the best Ed Gein story that has been put on film, the most accurate. 1974. Curious to check out the 4K on this. I actually only own this on DVD, so pretty happy with an upgrade here. And also, looks like there's some interesting features as well. So be checking that out as my pick. And then I don't have Moods' pick because I didn't even know what it was. What is it, Moods?
I don't remember.
Video Man.
Oh yeah, Video Man. Yeah,
Video
I can remember.
I didn't pick that one up either.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I actually
that's gonna be only you reviewing that one.
yeah, so I actually have the DVD of that. I imported that shit from I don't know the fucking Germany or whatever years ago. What the fuck? No one's seen this shit, man. Come on, man. I fucking
I
championship
don't
it.
even think I ever heard of it. And
It was good. It was good.
I had
Even,
already
I'll watch
placed
it.
my
I'm gonna
order.
watch it. It's streaming, so I'm gonna watch it.
even
for-
Godzilla
Yeah.
was like, oh goddamn, because I recommended this film to a few people. They're like, shit, dude, that's really fucking fun. So yeah.
Who put that out?
What
What's
the DVD?
sub-label?
Yellow Veil, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure who put it out. To be
Okay,
honest.
so
Probably just
Yellow
start keeping track of that now.
Yeah, we could create another page on the spreadsheet. And then the featured review, I believe we decided to go with Iced, which is a DeGosser film. DeGosser did such a good job last year. We're like, let's kick it off with a DeGosser. So that, and Tony, I believe, already watched it and said it has one of the worst transfers out of anything they released.
It's entirely watchable, of course, but you have to be mindful of the format. It's
it's
a pretty
ETR.
beat up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I looked at a video. and it was
ETR.
ETR.
Yeah, it's ETR, man. That's so bizarre because it really doesn't fit the mold that they're doing, but it's not a documentary.
Might be the only ETR movie we ever
Maybe
review
ETR
on the
is
show.
moving into a new territory.
I'm telling you, man, it's fun as hell. So, and you guys will appreciate it because it's about like there's videos of like I'm not gonna ruin it.
I would be like pleasantly surprised if Mids thought he was getting a Video Man movie that he had seen, but it's really like some documentary about some.
Oh my god!
Some guy.
Don't tell me that, man. If it's that shit, I'm gonna. No, I recognize the artwork right away. I'm like, that's the same artwork I have, so it's all good. I know.
You'll be like, so guys, turns out I watched a big piece of shit today.
Oh fuck,
I'm so fucking pissed.
dude, that would be brutal.
But so I believe that is our picks for next month, which we'll be doing in just a couple of weeks' time. As soon as these gents over here get their releases. And then also we have February's titles being announced in like 24 hours, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
Are we?
It feels like
them?
we're almost like playing catch up, man. It's
We're
like,
not getting
it's
them
weird.
until Monday, though, right?
Oh, are they doing it Monday? They're not doing it on the 1st?
Well, the first will be Saturday.
Yeah, it'll be
Isn't-
Saturday. They always do it on the 1st.
So tomorrow's
I
the
didn't know they did
31st,
it on-
right?
Yeah, I didn't know they did
Yeah.
it on Saturdays. I thought they waited till a week.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tomorrow night at around this time, we'll see what's coming out. I believe it
So-
is.
It's the possession of Joel Delaney. They've already announced that
Yeah,
coming
that
out in
one.
February, and then we're gonna get a BD debut of an '80s slasher and a BD debut of an '80s Jess Franco horror.
And then
Hmm.
two
And then
cinematic
whatever-
drafts.
Whatever
Yeah,
sub-labels.
two
The possession of
cinematographs
Joel
on
Delaney,
VSL.
man. That movie is fucked.
Yeah,
Who
so
directed
so
that?
two
Well,
cinematic
maybe that's
drafts
a
and a
cinematic
VSL,
draft.
and then partner label stuff. So
Do we know what Joel Delaney is for a release? Like, do we know what label it's going on?
yeah,
It's
that's a
Vinegar
regular
Syndrome.
Vinegar
Oh,
Syndrome.
okay.
Yeah, I'm fingering
So
so.
yeah, those are just the proper releases.
Yeah, that's the tease they gave out for
Joel
the
Delaney, and
subscribers.
it's going to be uncut too.
I was wondering.
I'm sure they
about
announced
that.
Uncut
That's-
4K.
That's great, man. That's
Yeah,
fucking
I was
awesome.
wondering, like,
Because
oh,
I
could
have the
be-
DVD. I have the DVD of it.
Yeah, maybe that'll be the featured review. Who knows?
That's fucking pretty cool.
McLean's
That's
in
pretty
this?
cool.
What?
But yeah, I think is that everything? Did we cover everything?
Shirley
Think so.
McLean's in this. What the heck?
What are you talking about, Tyler?
I'm excited.
Shirley
for-
McLean's in the possession of Joel Delaney? What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Dude, man, it's fucked. It's fucked.
That's awesome. She was like at the height of her popularity.
Yep.
I think
That's
I've seen
wild.
that before.
Yeah, you
It's
have.
a 72. I remember you
You
guys
have.
talking about it on 72
Yeah,
years ago.
you have. Because wasn't Brandon on that one too? 70. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
on
I think
72.
so.
Yeah. So
Yeah, because I remember he's like, I remember he was like, no one's gonna have my number one, and it was
Yeah, that-
Deer
that-
killer.
That could
yeah.
be a featured review. Who knows? But yeah, I think we're all really excited for the stuff that's coming up. I'm gonna do even more watching this year and keep up with like stuff that comes out every month. And not have as much prep towards the end of the year, which I did a pretty good job of keeping up pace throughout the year this year, but I want to do even better next year.
Yeah, it gave me a good reason to just watch all the.
Well, it gives you a
movies
reason
I
to
had.
talk during the show too when we all, fucking, watch these films and stuff, right? So
Mhm.
that's what I like about it, man, because we're always doing at least, 4 to 5, 6 films. So
Yeah. So the second episode, the regular format will be just in a couple weeks because we're really later in the month on this one. Almost at the very end of the month.
Yeah.
all right, guys, that's gonna conclude episode 1 of season 2.
Yep.
Fuck yeah, man. We'll be back obviously very shortly with episode 2, season 2. Check you guys later.
Peace.